All good? All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the final day of the IDFPA 2025 Open and Master World Championships being held here in Seoul, South Korea. I'm joined here by
Mark Hyman.
Mark. What brings you to South Korea?
Well, I enjoy the sport a lot. I have been an athlete and a national level referee with the United States through USA Powerlifting for 7 or 8 years. And one of my really good friends is competing here. So although I'm not competing this week, I am very happy to be part of the meet and to get to see her and many other athletes put up really, really big lifts here.
All right. And for me, my name's Braden Gulch. I was obviously your commentator Thursday morning session, turning it around for Sunday. And I also competed Friday night. Friday night, I had an all-time PR in the squat, the bench, and the total, setting 3 new American records. Today, I hope to continue seeing many athletes do the exact same. And we are starting this off with a Janine Cascaden from the United States. Janine Cascaden is a 100-kilo retired senior forensic specialist. If you would like to follow her on Instagram, her handle is J9Cascaden. Her all-time best is 115 kilos and opening up at 97.5. As a Masters 3 lifter, which is an age group of 60 to 69, we shall see on how this opener goes and if we will be expecting a PR from her later in the day. Something I found too is just be confident. They like excitement. They love excitement.
I will drink. These will be gone before
Squats are done.
Yeah, they'll be easily before squats.
Do I went out last night? Got a new tattoo. Got a little South Korea tattoo right here.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, there's so much to do around South Korea as well. It's a beautiful place to hold the first IDFPA World Championships.
Before we get started, we should just take a moment to thank all of our sponsors, A7, Hansu Power, especially Hansu Power for providing the combo rack, all of the plates, and as well as a merch booth in the back. And also thank you to Daniel Kim and the Train True Gym here in Seoul, South Korea, in the Hongdae, in the Gangneung region. Without those 3 main sponsors, I don't know where this meet would be. And because of those 3, I'm incredibly excited and thankful for those individuals.
Yeah, they're putting on a great meet. We're about to get started with the last day. Coming up in just 1 minute, we'll have our first lift of the final day of this competition. All right, we have the bar loaded for our first lifter, Janine. Let's see what she's got for her opener.
Janine is getting underneath the bar right now as we speak. Mark, do you think we're going to see some pretty big numbers today from this first session of the women's?
Oh, yeah, I'm excited to see. I'll bet we have some really nice PRs. I think she's starting off pretty safely. Her best is 115 kilos, and this is 17.5 kilos under that. But also, you know, with international traveling to the other side of the world, it's better to be safe than sorry. Start with something you know you can hit, even when a lot of variables may just be a little out of your control compared to competing at home.
Absolutely. And for those who missed it, that lift was good with 3 white lights. Next up, we have
We're just waiting for our next lifter. We have a little bit of a technical difficulty here, but our next lifter is going to be Diane Nelson with 102.5 kilograms.
also taking a little bit bigger of a drop-off from our all-time best, which, as my colleague Mark said, international travel is always very difficult on several lifters. Always opening up smaller is better. She gets a star command. Buried that. Moved up a little slow, but we'll see what kind of second attempt she submits in there.
3 white lights for her, though, so good lift. She did what she needed to. She's on the board. I'll be curious to see where the lifters go from here. They all opened up conservatively. We'll see if they try to make up some ground with bigger jumps or if they continue to play it conservatively and make their gains on the other 2 lifts.
Next up, Jacqueline Todd. Jacqueline Todd opening up with 110 kilos on the bar. An all-time best of 117.9. No, that's not right.
That's interesting. That must be a conversion from perhaps from pounds to kilos? I'm not sure. I know that in a very few number of meets in the United States, they do technically allow you to compete on pound plates, but almost no one does that these days. That's quite a surprising number. But hopefully she'll set some new PRs here, so the next time she'll have some numbers and nice even kilograms.
Interesting looking ahead. She's opening up at 110 squat with a 117.5 bench. I wonder if that's either a error on her part or if she really is opening up at 250-ish pounds, 240 to 250.
Yeah, we'll see. It's very rare to see someone benching more than they squat, but you know, we have lifters like the famous Jen Thompson who competed earlier today who can bench very nearly what they squat, and they also have very strong squats, so I'll be curious to watch her other lifts too.
Here we have Haley squat lifting. Interesting, no knee sleeves on Haley Scott for her 115 opener.
She gets 1 red light for depth, but it's still a good lift. All you need is 2 white lights.
A red light from the right side judge. Now, for those who don't know, red light is a failure of a lift, with blue light being an up and down or soft lockout, and yellow being any other minor infractions. From where we're sitting, I didn't see anything, so I wonder if that's going to be a mental game for her.
Yeah, I guess it was probably close enough that one of the referees thought that she needed to squat just a little bit deeper. But with 2 out of 3 thinking it was deep enough, clearly she's at the standard, and hopefully she can just come in, keep her composure, and maybe, if anything, just put it a little more beyond doubt next time. But it's a good lift.
Agreed. Next up, we have Elena Kim from South Korea. Elena Kim opened up at 120 kilos.
We again see a conservative opener here for her, with her all-time best being 145 kilos. I think the theme of this flight is conservative openers, which makes a lot of sense. The squat opener really sets the tone for the meet. This is your first attempt on your first lift.
You really want to make sure you set yourself up for a good meet. That didn't move all that bad.
Yeah, that looked very smoothly. So, again, she's just building confidence at this point. So when you move that really well, you know that you have a lot more room to go.
Agreed.
It's much better than if she grounded it out and she said, oh no, I have 8 more lifts ahead of me, and that lift was already really hard.
Absolutely. Next up, we have Oh, looks like we're having a little technical difficulty actually right now. The current lifter is Amanda Caldito instead of Argo. Amanda Caldito is opening up at 130 kilos with an all-time best of 137.5. This is a more aggressive opener that we were referring to. Only 7.5 under your all-time best for an opener at a world meet is incredibly risky. We'll see if this gamble pays off, Mark.
Yeah, let's see.
That moved a little slow, but
Yeah, but
maybe it
still-
could just be some nerves.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how this goes. It was 3 white lights. It was a good lift according to all the referees. So, yeah, let's see what she goes for her next attempts. And Amanda's hailing from Guam. It's not every day you see someone coming from Guam. So we have athletes from all over the world coming to South Korea this week to showcase their strength.
All right, next up we have a Jacqueline Gregory. Jacqueline Gregory is
Also from the United States.
a management analyst, a Masters 100 kilo lifter, opening up at 147.5 on the bar. Oh, that looked a little intense.
Yeah, I thought that was a little slow moving out of the hole, but every lifter is different. Some lifters are really good at just powering through, so we'll have to see how the rest of our lifts move.
2 red lights.
Unfortunately, this is going to be a no lift. 2 out of the 3 judges did not think she squatted quite low enough, so
Once again, that was 2 red on the red lights,
Yeah.
which indicates a failure to complete the lift. Whether that be wasn't fully locked out at the start of the lift, could have been depth.
Yeah.
A lot of things.
well, there were red cards under there, so I think they were calling her on depth. And she'll now have to decide whether she wants to retake that and make sure she gets a number on the board for the squat, or go up anyways, but risk not having an attempt on the board while she increases on an already difficult lift. Braden, as an experienced competitor, what would you do? And note that we also had another lift. We had 155 kilos moving well. What would you do if you missed an opener for your squat? Would you go up again, or would you retake the lift?
There's a couple of things to consider in that regard, if I'm being honest. One, why did the lift fail? Was it based on depth? Was it you jumping a command? Or was it maybe even a misgroove?
Yeah.
If it was a jumped command, I think I would take a very conservative 2.5 to 5 kilo opener.
Yeah.
Unless it was a little bit more of a grind
Yeah.
than what I was expecting.
Yeah.
That way, I feel confident that, hey, it was just a mistake. Put it behind me.
Yeah.
I'm only going up a little bit. I could smash this.
Yeah.
Feel good and make a much more aggressive but yet safe third attempt. But if I failed for a different reason, I would actually retake it to address that one error.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and I hope that she makes a well-considered decision here, especially because she needs to put a squat attempt on the board in order to put up a total for this meet. We just had 180 kilograms. We're going to have this 180 kilos from Amanda Dahl.
From Rachel Stark.
Oh, from Rachel. Yes, we also have Rachel squatting the same amount of weight, 180 kilos.
That moved very fast. That is something you kind of expect for an opener.
Yeah, great control on that bar. I think she powered through it very consistently, moving throughout the lift. All right, Jiachi Hall also squatting 180 kilos.
Jiachi's Hall best ever squat is 180 kilos. So right here, we are going to tie her all-time best on an opener.
So some people are opening up conservatively. Jiachi's opening up very aggressively. Very curious to see how this moves. Oh, that looked very nice, actually.
Looks like she was one of the lifters that just hit just enough to qualify
Yeah.
and is playing the mental game of throwing off her competitors.
Yeah, that maybe she's had good training, but regardless, she's definitely seems very well poised to set some big improvements on her nominated total. So at least for her squat. So let's see what she's got. First, we have Chanel Perry with 195 kilos on this bar.
And after looking up failure cards with lights, the red card is a failure to bend the knees and lower the body until the top of the surface of the legs at the hip joint are lower than the top of the knees. In more simple terms, depth.
Yes. So our one lifter who missed her attempt just did not squat quite deep enough.
Up now, Chanel Perry. That didn't move too well, but like you said, some people just are an adept to grind out really heavy lifts.
I think she maybe just misgrooved it a slight amount out of the hole. Again, we'll see that perhaps that's just her style of lifting as well. But once she was able to get it back in the groove, it moved fine. So I'm going to be optimistic for her and say that she's got some good attempts ahead of her. But of course, we will see. The weights are going to be getting super heavy now. Even in this flight, we now have a 205 kilo squat coming up from Mia Kane from the United States.
And the lift from the judges is a 3 white light lift. Good job, Mia Kane from the United States.
Just 2.5 kilos under her nominated best squat. And that moved quite well, I thought.
Yeah, I can see a pretty big PR coming from Mia Kane, or Maya Kane. Apologies for all the mispronunciations of the names. We are trying our best. But now we are back up to the top for second attempts, starting it off with Janine Cascaden.
Janine has loaded up a 7.5 kilo jump over her opener. I think that's reasonable. She's still 10 kilos under her best. I'm guessing she's planning to leave a few kilos in the tank. But
well, looking at her current class, she's the only Masters 3 100 kilo. So as long as she hits all of her openers, she will be a world champion. And so we just got to see on what she's going to do and be conservative.
yes.
Moved a little slow. I'm expecting about 2.5 to a 5 kilo third attempt.
I agree. I would not expect a large jump over this, and that's okay. Again, there's 3 lifts to make. And also, again, this is not the meet to hit PRs. If you hit PRs like Braden did, that's bonus. But I think, Braden, you'd say the goal at a world meet is to become a world champion.
Absolutely. For some, you have to do those records and hit those PRs. For others, as long as you get 3 white light lifts or 3 good lifts, that's all you need to do.
Yeah.
All right, next up we have Diane Nelson going up also 7.5 kilos to 110 on the bar. Makes a big brace. Now, if you remember, her opener was also a little slow, so I wonder if she is a slower lifter out of the hole.
That's true. I want to see what they say about the depth of that, too. Well, they give it 3 white lights. It was a good lift. Thought it was right on the line, but it was right on the right side of the line then.
Well, let's look at the replay real quick. Well, I see what you're saying.
But a good lift. All of our judges think so. So very good for her as she moves into her last attempt.
Our judges being the Katie Dodge head referee, Joe Arno and Cameron for the sides. Now up, we have Jacqueline Todd with 117.5 kilos on the bar. Oh, that was a mistake on the bench. She changed her bench to 82.5 kilo.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. That was, perhaps she put in another squat number, but that is a much more typical ratio of bench press to squat. Most people can squat appreciably more than they can bench.
Unfortunately, that lift was no good. 2 reds from the sides. I assume from depth.
I assume so too. Usually the side judges are better able to see depth. From the front, you rarely have a good angle to see unless it's very obvious how low the lifter gets. But you can really see that hip crease on the side. So if both side refs red light it, a squat, it's probably for depth.
Haley Scott a little sticking point with 122.5. The judges, 2-1, good lift.
Fair.
In all honesty, one of my biggest pet peeves of powerlifting is a head judge being able to call depth or not. As a bigger suited lifter, my thighs being as big as they are, the head judge is not always able to see that hip crease go below the top of the knee. And so my personal take, not sponsored, is that head judges should not be able to call depth.
Are we going to have to cancel Braden on this for questioning the rules of the sport?
Elena Kim,
we gotta
that
pause
was
it.
fast.
All right, that's a really nice second attempt.
3 white lights for Kim from
moved
South
well.
Korea.
It was technically immaculate. Yeah, I'll be nice. Curious to see what she's got for this.
That
last
was
attempt.
fast.
Yeah, good. That's what you like to see, as you said at that third attempt.
Now we have an Argy Alonde up now. We have 127.5 kilos on the bar. Another 7.5 kilo jump. It appears a 7.5 or 16-pound jump is very common amongst these first flight lifters.
Very deep squat.
A beautiful second attempt. The judges, 3 white lights. What a lift from the certified horse assistant.
Certified nurse assistant here for RG. And I think we're getting ready for Amanda next.
Oh, certified nurse assistant. Please forgive me. A CNA. My apologies.
We have our Guam lifter Amanda coming up here, taking 137.5 kilos. Her all-purple fit. That's quite a unique color we got for her. Ooh, a little bit of a grind.
I saw that. Seems like she shifted forward pretty bad. Her upper back gave out a little bit. I'm curious what kind of a jump we'll see from her next. That did tie her all-time best squat.
And it was given 3 white lights, so a good lift. Yeah, it's going to be a fight, whatever she puts on the bar, if anything, for her third attempt.
I agree.
You never have to take an attempt. You can always choose to forego an attempt if you just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. But we'll see. Some lifters really just got that dog in them, and Amanda may very well be one of them.
Next up, Jacqueline Gregory, the management analyst from the United States, a Masters 1 100-kilo raw lifter.
Got the A7 fit. A7 sponsoring this meet. Sure loves to see their gear on the platform. Ooh, what a fight.
Now, she did fail her opener, and she got 3 white lights. She is back in the meet.
Wow, that is gutsy. She failed her opener, and she nevertheless went up to take a weight. No, she did not go up, but she retook it. But in order to squat it deeper, she had to fight for that. See, I think she made the right call by not going up. That was already a fight. If I were her and I'd put more weight on that bar, and I would have been scared shitless. Excuse my language. Okay.
All right, now we got Ana Castano. She's got 160 kilos on the bar, goes down, comes up. Very smooth throughout. The look on her face shows that it was a little bit more of a grind than she was expecting.
Oh, the relief on her face to make that lift. 3 white lights. Everyone agrees it was a good lift.
I would like to see a 2.5 kilo jump to tie her all-time PR. I would like to see that come from our Ana Castano. But next we have Jackie Howe.
Jiaqi, we got 190 kilos on this bar.
The
Big lift.
human resource manager from China.
Well, she tied her personal best going into this, and it moved well. We were impressed with how well it moved, so I think she's going to crush this lift, too.
And going up 10
Let's watch.
kilos, going up 10% of her body weight on a second attempt. That still moved very quickly.
Yeah, I think she's got more in the tank. We saw maybe a little bit of the fight, but at that point, it was at the top of the lift where most lifters are pretty able to power through the lift. So
3 white lights for Howe. I'm curious if we get to see a 200-kilo squat on the day.
she's definitely rising to the level of the world stage.
Now, Amanda Dahl with 195 kilo on the bar, going up 15 kilos. This is something you see a lot of big lifters take, massive jumps. They open up very conservative and light, and they make that massive second jump. See on how it pays off for her. The depth looked
We're
going to
have to see on this. Yeah, I'm very curious to see what they give her. Oh, no. Yeah,
two
I
reds.
agree with that, Brayden. I think that she was just a little bit too high on the sides. And, you know, sometimes, yeah, again, the front ref was being conservative, probably realized it was harder to see. But those side refs, and we could see as well, we're off to the side.
Like
But she still has another attempt. She can come back, sink that just a little bit deeper, and hopefully come away with a really big squat.
And we hear some cheers from Rachel Stark from the crowd, the sports dietitian nutritionist from the United States. You'd like to follow, it's rachel.stark.strong on Instagram. 195 on the bar.
Slow and steady. Let's see what they got.
2 white lights, it's a good lift. Red on depth from the right judge. It looked pretty close.
We have Cam on the right as our referee there. Cam is a very experienced international referee. I know him from the San Francisco Bay Area in the United States where I live and where Cam used to live. I think Cam is a very fair judge, has been judging this sport for well over a decade, has helped to run many of the biggest meets in the United States. So
Now we got Chanel Perry. Chanel Perry from the United States, a women's raw 100 kilo open, taking 205 kilos. This will tie her all-time best. Let's see on how this moves. It moved good.
Depth
We
looks
weren't able to
good.
see depth, but let's see what the judges say.
3 white lights, a very good lift.
That ties her all-time PR as she's currently in the lead for the women's Raw 100 Open. Mia Kane, 213 on the bar. That is a world record attempt from a Mia Kane. This
And this is-
213 will also be a 5.5 kilo PR if she hits it.
That moved really nicely.
Two
Oh, no.
reds on depth.
Yeah, I thought that was maybe not quite deep enough, and it seems like 2 out of 3 judges agree. But
yeah.
that moved well, and she has one more attempt, so she can she has another crack at that record.
One thing I've noticed, powerlifting being such a subjective sport based on the rules,
Yes.
I find that judges are a lot more quick to critique certain red call lists on national and world record attempts.
And again, yeah, it is a new world record. The standards should be high for that lift, as they should be for all of the lifts.
Absolutely. And here we come with our third attempts. Starting off with Janine Cascaden, 2.5 kilo jump. Right now I got Eye of the Tiger being played in the background.
Appropriate third attempt song.
One thing that the meet director, Daniel Kim, has been doing is allowing all the lifters to choose their third attempt song ahead of the meet.
Well chosen, Janine.
Well chosen.
Let's see what she's got.
Depth's there. She fights. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights.
What a nice lift.
She is pumped coming off. Next up, we have a Deanne Nelson. Ooh, we got a little Mr. Pitbull up in here. Little Mr. Worldwide.
I look forward to hearing all these lifters' music choices as they choose their third attempt jams.
Ooh, very nice. She has a white belt with her name embroidered on it. That is a very cool design of the belt. The management consultant from the United States, 100 kilo Masters 2 Raw lifter, Diane Nelson. 120 kilos on the bar. Depth
She's
looked
taking
good.
some time to
Let's
get
see if
into
she
the
can
hole.
fight.
And some time getting out of it.
She kind of bobbled forward. Let's see what the judges say. 2 white lights. That is a good lift.
All you need is 2. She took her time, I think, getting just a little bit of extra depth, and with one of the judges giving her a very hard standard to live up to, I think that was, she needed every inch she put on that bar.
Now we have our Jacqueline Todd. Lots of these lifters wearing the brand new IDFPA and USAPL singlet. It's good to see how many people were excited to get this singlet. Ooh, interesting. She failed 117.5 on her second, went up 5 more kilos. Depth's there.
Oh, she had a little bobble, but she fought through it.
It looked good from where we are. The judges say it's a 3 white light lift.
Yeah, Brady, we were talking a little bit about when you repeat lifts versus taking them. I think one of the big differences here was that she already had a successful lift on the board. Even if she had failed that, she could still continue in the competition. So there was a lot less risk for her trying to take that additional 5 kilos, which she got too.
I agree, but listen to this song. I'm curious what this is because this is a fabulous third attempt song selection right here.
Let's hope we have a third attempt squat to match.
All right. Holly Scott, 130 on the bar. This will match her all-time PR. Depth looked questionable. She fights through it, but let's see what the judges say. 2 white lights. That is a good lift.
I think, yeah, it was borderline, but on the right side, so we'll take it. For those third attempts, we just want the numbers to be on the board for us. Elena Kim.
Wow, so fast. Judges, 3 white lights for the South Korea 100 kilo open.
She just added a nice 5 kilos to her total.
Next up, we got Argy Alandi. Someone's getting hyped. Lots of cheering from the crowd. Lots cheering from the crowd over here. Argy, the certified nurse assistant. If you like to follow, it is argy._.a on Instagram. Let's see if Argy can hit this 140. 20 kilo PR on the bar. Good depth, fights through it.
Nice
Stands
fight.
up. The judges, 3 white lights.
Really good lift. I love that expression of grit on her face as she powered that out of the hole. And it paid off.
20 kilo PR for Argy Alande.
Really nice to make PRs that size anytime, but especially on the world stage.
Wow, look at this attempt selection. 120, 127.5, and 140. Argy made quite a jump for that PR.
That's true. Usually it's rarer to see a bigger jump from your second to third than from your first to second, as the second often tires you out, but she had the confidence she could take all those kilos, and she took out every kilo she thought she could get.
Absolutely. Now we got Amanda Caldito. Gets the command. That looked good. She's fighting. She bobbles. She stands up. The judges. 3, 2, 1.
Good lift still.
What a fight right there for a 5-kilo PR. Now we have a Jacqueline Gregory. The management analyst from the United States.
That's the other page that I can see there.
I'm just waiting for this update. There it goes. Failed her opener, retook it, and went up 5 kilos. Let's see on how she feels here. Remember, she failed her opener on depth. Let's see if she can get depth here.
Oh, that was good depth. Oh, she's fighting, but not quite enough juice to get out
she
of the
was
hole.
not able to recover from that little bobble in the hole. At least she made her second attempt, which is a repeat opener.
Yes.
She is on the board and will be going on to the bench press. Opener with a 97.5 kilo opener.
Yes.
Here is Ana Castino,
Finishing up with 165 kilos.
the research scientist. Very smart.
That's my job title too. Happy to see those science researchers well represented in the sport. Let's see what she's got for her last squat of the competition.
$165, 2.5 kilo PR. Let's see it. Oh, she's fighting. Oh,
Okay,
there's
not
a
quite
little
enough.
downward motion there. Spotters thankfully grabbing it right away. I appreciate spotters who grab it right away.
Yes,
That could've
thank you
been
to our
very dangerous.
spotting crew for not only be efficient at loading the bar and making this meet progress at a good pace, but also for taking those attempts, keeping the lifters safe, but also taking it quickly enough, not so quickly that they steal a good lift, but quickly enough to conserve those lifters' energy so that she can go on to fight in the bench and deadlift.
Amanda Dahl is up now.
We have 195 kilos for her.
I'm actually going to pull up lifting.
She took this 15-kilo jump for her second attempt. She missed it on depth, if I recall correctly, and she's just trying to sink it beyond any shadow of a doubt. Oh, it's a fight, though, and I just don't think she had quite enough to make it out of the hole where she went deeper today.
I still don't think she would have hit depth even if she fought through it.
Yeah,
It looked
it's
a little
fair.
high from where we were sitting.
But that's okay. She made her opener, and she'll go on to put up a total if she can fight well on the bench and the deadlift. Jiaqi Hall.
195 kilos. 15 kilo PR. Oh, she fights.
There is a little bit of sticking point in the middle. There is a chance
judges-
the judges could call it for up and down motion, but they don't see
3 white
anything.
lights for Jacques Halm.
It's okay if that bar sticks and stops going up as long as it doesn't go down, and that's what the judges said. Let's see, what do we got?
Rachel Stark with 197.5 kilos on the bar.
Yep. Let's see what she's got to finish off her squatting day. Rachel, our sports dietitian, nutritionist.
She's hit 190, going up only 2.5. Very conservative. She fights. She fights. Big smile. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Rachel Stark. Next up, we have.
And she's going to need that as she's in a tight battle for with a forecasted placing in second. She needs those 2.5 kilos. Every kilo counts in this fight.
We got Chanel Perry with 210 on the bar now. That's 463 pounds on the bar.
Some huge lifts we've got.
Going up 5 kilos. This will be a 5 kilo PR for Chanel Perry if she hits this. Let's see. As the current leader of the Women's Raw Open 100, as well as the forecasted leader, if she wants to maintain her lead, she must sink this and create that pillow now.
Yes. Every kilo is important, especially as you jockey for placing on those last lifts.
Oh, she's fighting. Oh, big
Let's see
sticking
what
point
they
out.
say.
Let's see what the judges say.
Do they think that she made it without up and down motion? Unfortunately, we
3
see
red lights.
I see those blue cards. I think that blue usually means up and down. It can mean a few things, but one of the common ones means that they thought that bar dipped a little bit before going back up. A huge fight, unfortunately, just not up to the technical standard that the judges need to see on the world stage.
I do not see her handler or coach go over to the jury table, so they're going to just eat that red light lift and go work on bench now.
And she's forecasted first place in the total. So while she would have loved those extra kilos, if she can take care of business at other lifts, I'm sure that she and her coach are confident in her ability to walk home
Maya
with the
Kane
world title.
smoking a Raw world record 2 white lights for the 213 kilo squat.
And she missed that world record attempt on depth on her second attempt. It feels great, I'm sure, to get that on her last attempt. And now the judge is actually going over to check her equipment because after you set a world record attempt, they have extra checks just to make sure that everything is copacetic.
It's actually interesting. You don't see that happen too often. It is meant to happen, but some judges do not actually follow through. It's very nice seeing a seasoned vet such as Cameron
Yes.
following through, holding up the highest standard of drug-free powerlifting.
Absolutely. We're going to move on now to the next flight of lifters. We have some of our men's masters lifters.
Unfortunately, it looks like Mark Graham here, Bramman, missed weight, unfortunately, and because of that, he's opening up well under all of his lifts. If I had to guess, opening up only 100 kilos on squat and bench, he's looking to hit a big bench PR and saving some energy.
We'll see. Mark is competing.
He's a retired optical physicist.
You know, with traveling across the world, the jet lag, the bloat, sometimes that can mess up those weight cuts, I think. He may or may not have had to cut weight, but it's probably good just to be conservative if he's competing as a guest lifter, not in his intended weight class. Yeah. Let's see. He's got the bench and the deadlift to do fun things on.
And the judges say, we're waiting on technical difficulty right now. 3 white lights.
He has a good lift. He'll be able to continue on with his meet in good shape.
Gregor Allen from Hong Kong, men's 125 kilo, opening up with 195 kilos. Gregor Allen Smith from Hong Kong is a teacher
Smooth moving opener.
2 white lights.
With one who gave him a little bit of a depth concern, but still a good lift, and he'll move on to other things on his opener.
Interestingly, I see Cameron has been replaced. I wonder if he just had to go to the bathroom.
I know Cameron also has an early flight out today, so I expect that Cameron will be back soon. I don't see why he would referee only part of the session, but you can rotate out judges. Usually they like to do it as you start a new flight so that all the lifters are judged by the same judge for consistency. So we have another equally qualified judge here to replace him.
He probably does have an early flight, and so they're going to have him leave after the first attempt deadlifts.
Yes,
Or
we'll
first
see
flight of
how that
deadlifts.
goes, but
3 white lights
there's
for
another good lift here.
Julian Carlito Yabanans. Next, we got Robert Tyson from the United States. 100 raw master. A 140 kilo lifter and 230 for an opener. Looking ahead, his competitor Samuel Thermidor, also from the United States, is not that far ahead, only 30 kilos ahead. I'm expecting a much more, wow, how fast was that?
Explosive out of the hole. Yeah, let's see what he's got. He's got some ground to go.
2 reds on depth.
Yeah, so now he has a tough decision. When you fail that opener, do you try to go up anyways, but risk not getting a lift on the board if you take a lift that's too heavy for you? Or do you repeat, but potentially lose ground in that fight for the total? He needs all the kilos he can get. This is going to be interesting to see what he does.
Tai Yoon Lee, 235 on the bar for the 125 lifter out of, where are you from?
South Korea, we have a
gym
hometown
owner.
legend.
The gym owner out of South Korea. He owns a gym. He knows how to lift. Good depth. Very good. Nice little high bar squatter with 3 white lights for the 235 kilo squat. We have a Brendan Combs next. 247.5 kilos on the bar. Brendan Combs from Australia. A security guard in the 125 weight class. You got to be strong to handle some unwanted attention as a security guard. It's pretty fitting. A 125 kilo lifter is at the world stage for powerlifting.
And that's true. And with a 300 kilo squat, we know he's plenty strong, so I'm expecting this lift to move very well. But let's see. You never know in this stage after all this travel.
Moved good, judges. 3
Solid opener
white
there.
lights. Next up, we have Song Yan Zong, 250 kilo squat. That's 551 pounds. For the China 125 kilo lifter. Very high on the high bar. Doesn't matter. Look how fast that moved.
That was a breezy opener. 3 white lights. Everyone agrees it was technically sound too. If I were him, I'd be having a lot of confidence moving into those later squat attempts. So excited to see what we got from Songnan on future attempts.
Another Australian lifter, Jordan Pryor, 260 kilos on the bar. Hearing some Australia cheers from the crowd. A concreter from Australia. Another very strong profession here.
Must be no stranger to heavy things there.
Wow.
That did not look heavy for him, though. That was a good opener.
573-pound opener at 125 kilo body weight.
260 kilos is only 20 kilos below his personal best, less than 10% less than that. So with as fast as that moved, I think we could see him be in PR territory on his last attempt.
Mark Leonard, opener at 584 pounds.
I know Mark. I used to live in Michigan. I went to graduate school there in the United States, and Mark is a Michigan lifter coached by Dane Roach, who is a Category 1 national referee for U.S. international referee, and is helping to run this meet. But taking some time off to coach Mark is a very seasoned veteran within the United States as a competitor, now looking to go international.
Indeed. I've seen Mark since I started competing. He's always been at every Nationals meet, every Pro Series meet, every Arnold. This guy is a seasoned veteran. I would trust whatever judgment calls he has. Great depth. A little slow coming up, but he is one of those lifters that does have a slow up out of the hole.
That's true, and he moved it powerfully. So I think we have plenty more in the tank for Mark.
Next up, we have Shane Monker. Shane Monker. Where are you? From the Bahamas, a warehouse clerk for the men's 125 open. Bahamas, I think this is the first Bahama lifter of the meet. I don't remember another one. $270 kilos, 590 pounds. Whoa, what do the judges say?
Looked like a good opener to me. Judges agree, 3 white lights for Shane.
So strong. Jamari Marzan, 285 kilos. That is 628 pounds.
We have another lifter hailing from Guam.
A contractor. Very bleak. Very, what's the word?
Stark.
Yes.
Yes. But let's see what he's got. Wow, that was so fast. They really do build them different on these islands or something, with Shane from Bahamas and now Jamari from Guam. Smoked 285 kilos with seemingly many kilos in the tank. He's going to put on some exciting numbers, I'm sure, for those remaining squat attempts.
Only 5 kilos shy of his all-time best. I see that being smashed on his second attempt.
Yeah, I cannot imagine him not putting on a large PR for the second attempt.
Samuel Thermidor, the gentleman we were talking about, who only has a couple kilo lead on the other Master 140 kilo lifter.
This will be a tight fight for them. So let's see how this moves. This will be very telling.
He is hyped. $655 pounds on the bar, 297.5 kilos for the 140 kilo registered nurse from the United States. Taking his time to get underneath the bar. 30 seconds on the clock. He has plenty of time.
One thing that's interesting, notice how wide his grip is. They've actually moved in the arms of the combo rack so that he can grip close to where the plates are in the bar, extra wide. You especially see that in some of these big lifters. They just find, as large as they are, that it allows them to get in a more comfortable position for their shoulders if they can grip wide. That's what he's done.
Judges give it a 2 white lights.
Interesting, they gave him a blue card in that lift. I wonder if that means, that can mean up and down motion. It can also mean if the knees were not locked out at the start or end of the lift. So there are a couple explanations. I will be watching this replay to see if I can see this angle. I don't see any up and down motion, so I'm going to guess they just thought his knees weren't quite locked.
Watching that replay, I could definitely see his knees were obviously not hyperextended. We do not want to see that, but I could see it was a lock, unlock, lock, unlock as he was fighting that oscillation of the bar.
But he has 2 lifts, and I think that's what he can certainly clean up. So let's hope he does that. His best is 320 kilos, so he has room to go.
Here is Omar, 125, open, raw from the United States, opening with 300 kilos. That is 661 pounds. Really good walkout. He only has 15 seconds left. Plenty of time.
That's a good point. You know, the lifters do have 60 seconds to complete, or really it's 60 seconds to get authorized to start the lift by getting that squat command.
3
white
white
his
lights.
time down, but he made the lift.
Three white lights for Omar, the heaviest squatter of today thus far. And we are back up to the top with Mark Branham. Mark Branham, the retired optical physicist.
We see him with a 22.5 kilo jump over his opener. But again, his opener is well below his personal best, so we think that he knows he's capable of much more and just isn't choosing to push the squat in this meet.
Especially internationally, as a guest lifter,
Yes.
you kind of have your own game plan. You are not competing for records. You're not competing for placement.
Yes.
You're competing for yourself and to have fun. If he wants to go out and do whatever he wants to do, he is more than in his capability to do that.
And Mark is a Masters 4 lifter. That means he's in his 70s. So he's in his 70s and still pushing some heavy weight. He knows.
71 years old.
Oh, a little bit of a bobble. He wasn't able to complete that lift, but the spotters were able to catch it just in time, so he saves his energy. Yeah, he's hit much more, but again, with all this travel, and you just never know. So I think that whatever's going on is not a big deal. He still has plenty of other lifts on the remaining bench and deadlift especially. Plus, on his third squat, he'll have another chance at that.
Gregor Allen Smith with 210 on the bar. This is
If I recall, Gregor got 1 red light for death on his opener, but still made it a good lift, so he'll be trying to add kilos to his total, but also make it undeniable.
all-time PR, just 2.5 kilos over this. So I'm assuming if he wants to have a big PR, he needs to smoke this lift right here. Didn't look too bad.
Yeah, moves
See what the judges
reasonably.
say.
Let's say if they like the depth better this time.
2 white lights, good lift.
Okay, interestingly, we got that center ref giving him the red light for depth. Braden has already given his thoughts on this, but regardless, that is a good lift, and so he will continue in the meet.
Next up, we have Julian Carlito Ibanez.
He would continue in the meet either way, but he gets to continue it with those extra kilos and go for a PR in his last attempt.
The Guam personal trainer taking 230 for his second attempt. 20-kilo jump, 42 pounds, 44 pounds. Didn't move all
Move
that bad.
steady.
Yeah. 2 white lights. That is a good lift for Julian.
Yeah, water. We're getting 235 kilos now on this bar. Robert Tyson. Robert failed his opener attempt, so he chose to add 5 kilos anyway. This is a gutsy decision, as he does not yet have a valid attempt to put up a total, but it's a small jump. We had a little bit of a fight. It came up fast out of the hole and then started to slow down, but he powered through it well. And it's a 3-weight light lift. There are no technical questions this time. He gets the lift. He has a total. I'm good, thank you. And he has those 5 extra kilos. So his gutsy decision paid off. I'm good for now, thank you. But
So it's going to get real dry.
that's true. We definitely got to take a drink once we finish off this flight.
Going up 5 kilos.
Yeah, he failed his opener. He went up anyways, and it was a little bit of a fight, but he made it. So
All right.
his gamble paid off.
Sorry,
All
I
right,
went and
next
go
up.
get some water.
Yes. We have
Taeyoon
Taeyoon,
Lee.
and he's got his second attempt, same weight. No, he's gone up.
15 kilos. The South Korea gym owner with the high bar. Very fast opener. Let's see on how the second moves. Oh, he's fighting it. He's fighting it. He locked it out. What do the judges say, though? 3 white lights.
Yeah, his opener moved very fast, but he took that aggressive 15-kilo jump. I also feel sometimes, and this is a little bit more subjective, that with that high bar position, the lifts can get real slow, real fast. Like, as in, like, he can move lightning fast, and then you can go up a moderate amount, and it's much harder. So, but he makes his second attempt, so he has 2 attempts on the board, and he'll see what he can add on his third.
The Australian security guard, Brendan Combs, taking 262.5 pounds, 578 pounds. A 15-kilo jump here. We know he's much more capable with the 300-kilo all-time best.
He's having to fight for this one, though. I think that this is a well-chosen attempt.
3
Traveling
white lights.
to a different continent always can pose those extra challenges to your lifts. So
I think one of the most stressful parts about an international competition nobody truly talks about is A, you're unable to read everything, and B, most of the staff are speaking in a foreign language. And so those 2 things alone yield such a high level of stress.
yeah, really, there is obviously the biggest part of the exertion in this sport is physical, but mental energy loss is definitely a thing too. It takes away from your total energy, and so it can mean that these lifters do just maybe have more stress, which leaves them a little less in their tank sometimes. But
584.
we'll see how we go for Songnan.
Fast.
That looked very steady. I look forward to seeing what the judges have to say here.
2 white lights. What a good lift for the Chinese lifter. Little Kendrick Lamar being played in the background.
Yes, indeed. And this is our most populated class, with the majority of the lifters in this flight being from the 125-kilo class. So it's going to be a lot of jockeying for position to win this competitive class, I'm sure. How many lifters we got here?
14?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13.
14 lifters.
Winning this class is going to be no easy feat.
And Shane Munker is slowly trying to climb his way up. He's got a lot of ground to make up, especially on that bench. Being down 50 kilos on bench. He's going to need some stops being pulled out.
That's true. Well, he just hit 2.5 kilos under his personal best, so maybe hoping to set a new personal best, as well as add some kilos for that total. He is forecasted third, so he knows he has a reasonable shot at making the podium.
Looking at his forecasted total as well, only a 7.5 kilo lead over fourth place. I can see quite a battle
absolutely.
between those two for that last podium spot.
Yeah, that podium spot is nowhere near safe. He knows he's got to bring his A game and make lifts in order to secure a podium spot at the World Championship.
Jordan Pryor, the Australian concreter, with a monstrous 280 kilos, 617 pounds on that bar. Hit the hole, moved fast.
20 kilo jump, and he's still got more.
The judges, 3 white lights. He is just a big, strong man. Next up, we have a Mark Lehner, 280 kilos on the bar. Mark, the 125 kilo United States lifter. A trainer / coach. Well, a great guy, very nice. Let's see on how this jump affects him. Going up 15 kilos. His opener moved slow, but Mark is a lifter who does lift a little slower. I see Kevin in the back helping him out. Good. Very good lift. Let's see what the judges say. 2 white lights.
Still a good lift, and we said his opener was a little bit slow, but he added 15 kilos to that bar and still made it. So he knows what he's doing, and I think he'll put up a well-chosen third attempt as well, but we'll see.
Lots of energy from Jamari Marzan for a 300 kilo squat. An all-time PR, 10 kilo PR here. He's saying, skip the 295, skip the 292.5. I want 300 kilos. Let's see how it moves for him. Hearing the cues from his coach. Oh, wow. Let's see what the judges say.
Really nice fight.
3 white lights. The first 300 kilo squat of Jonari Marzan's career. What a good lift.
That must feel really nice to do in your second attempt as well, with one more lift potentially to try to add to that.
Samuel Thermidor taking 312.5 kilos. What a number. 688 pounds. That is a lot of weight for the registered nurse from the United States. Praising Jesus as he's getting ready for this big squat. For a 140 kilo lifter, he has phenomenal shoulder mobility. He has another 140. I cannot get my hands in that close. All right, he gets a squat command. Hits the hole. Let's see. He locks it out. He had them blue light from his first attempt. Let's see what the judge say on this. 3 white lights.
Oh, nice. He gets to clear that lift up. There are no technical concerns there.
And here is our first 700-pound squat of this morning on day 4 of the IDFPA World Championships. Omar Marquez 320 kilos, 705 pounds. He wants to go for a PR. Let's see on how well this goes. 7.5 kilos shy of his all-time best. But on the world stage, anything can happen.
And if he moves this well, he's got room to add to that and perhaps chip that all-time best. So let's see how he handles it.
Gets the command. Oh, he's fighting that.
Yeah, that moved
Stands
well out of
up.
the hole. And then there was that sharp sticking point. So it'll be interesting to see where he goes from here. But he does get that lift. 3 white lights.
He's shaking his head. We'll see what he does for his third attempt. If I were him, because of how stacked the 125 is in this venue, I would either only do a 2.5 kilo or actually scratch my third and conserve my energy for bench, as he is a 460-pound opener on bench, well into probably a 500-plus pound bench on the world stage.
Yeah, he's got many big lifts ahead of him. So if I were him too, I will be curious to see his strategy. But I'd be questioning if I want to spend all my energy just for a couple more kilos when I know I got some big lifts ahead of me. And when I know that I'm forecasted very strong for this meet.
Now we have Gregor Allen Smith, 217.5 kilos on the bar. That's 480 pounds for the teacher from Hong Kong. $5-kilo PR. Quite a slow ballot for a third attempt. Oh, unfortunately.
Just a little too heavy, yes. And I noticed that Mark, our Masters 4 lifter, also elected to not take his third attempt. After failing his second attempt, and he was already playing it conservatively on squats, he just decided to save his energy for bench and deadlift. And that's what we're saying. Lifters will sometimes choose to do that. You do not have to come out on the platform for all 9 attempts. You cannot go down to a lighter weight if you've already loaded a weight on the bar, succeeded or fail. So Mark couldn't go down lighter, and so he chose to just not have to try a similar or heavier weight to something that already proved to be too much on a previous attempt.
Robert Tyson, 245 kilos on the bar. That's 540 pounds. He failed his opener, went up 5 kilos, and now went up 10 kilos.
I recall this, yes. He's a very explosive lifter, very fast out of the hole, but there was a sticking point, so I'm curious to see how this 10-kilo jump moves for him.
He's fighting. He's fighting. He
That was a
finished
good
through.
fight. Very,
what do
very
the
good
judges say,
fight.
though?
3
Wow.
white lights. He makes it.
He is hyped after that.
And he should be.
He needs every single kilo. He's only 35 kilos shy of Samuel Thermidor. If I recall, he was 40 shy at the start. So as of right now, he's already crawled back 5 kilos. And he has a massive lead over Samuel Thermidor on bench. If he wants to gain some ground, he needs to do it on the squat and then bury that ground on the bench.
Absolutely. And so he added some kilos to his squat, and with his lead on the bench, if he can set up a competitive subtotal, he can put that pressure on his competitor.
Little sticking point, little twisting, but it looked good. What do the judges say? Oh, unfortunately.
They all agree that was a no lift.
A
The
blue?
standards were just not there. Yes.
Oh, that was pretty high from where we're sitting at on the replay.
Yes.
Unfortunate.
Yes, unfortunately. And it's the third attempt, right? These are heavy lifts, and so unfortunately he just wasn't able to quite bring it to the standard that is required here. But still a titanic effort. And we're going to have another fight, I'm sure, from Taeyun, our local gym owner, representing the home country of South Korea.
255 kilos, 562 pounds.
He has this high bar position, and we said that sometimes this can make the lifts turn grindy pretty quickly. So he's going to have to fight, and he just can't quite get it out of that sticking point.
Bowser thanks all the spotters for saving him. Let's give a quick shout out to all of those spotters in Lotus. One of them being the meet director himself, Daniel Kim, busting his butt, not only running such a fabulous meet, but also spotting and loading and keeping all of our athletes safe.
Yeah, we love to see these meet staff we have stepping into all roles that they need to make sure this meet gets completed.
Now we got Brendan Combs, the Australian security guard, taking 270 kilos, 595 pounds.
Adding a comparatively cautious 7.5 kilos to his second attempt. And I think that's fair given how that second attempt moved. I don't think this will be easy at all, but it's a reasonable number to attempt for sure.
Right now, 5 through 7 is only separated by 2.5 kilos. He is fighting for those placement points.
Oh, and he's fighting well. I think he's going to do it. That's quite the grind.
What a grind, Mark. What do the judges say, though? Three white lights.
Very, very good lift. Yeah, there was never a point that lift was fast, but he did it.
Wow. Now we got Songnam Zong. Very hyped. 270 kilos on that bar. That is a lot of weight. The high bar lifter who buried that second attempt, if I recall. Very strong lifter.
Oh, he has another big fight.
Wow. What do the judges say? 2 reds.
Fortunately, 2 of them didn't think he got it quite deep enough this time.
I do not see anybody from his team going to contest the lift.
You can appeal to the jury. Nowadays, they allow even if there are unanimous color cards given, but it used to be that you could only appeal if it was a split decision, 2-1 or 1-2. But he could have appealed either way, but a split decision is a reasonable appeal, but I guess that they just decided that maybe they agreed with the call and just didn't feel like protesting. And that would have only been 5 extra kilos on his total, so he's not losing that much on his total as he goes to jockey for position on the other 2 lifts.
Now, the Bahamas warehouse clerk, Shane. Unfortunately, just not enough in the tank for a 287.5 kilo squat.
That was very, very close, and that actually could be critical with him being on the podium by nominated total, but not by a lot, Braden.
I know. He did have a 5 kilo lead, and I think he will lose it based on Jordan Pryor's third attempt right here. If Jordan hits this, they are tied, I believe.
Yeah, we could see this lead swinging back and forth depending how the competition goes, but Jordan has looked very strong on his first 2 attempts, so we'll see what he has if he can swing into the lead with this third squat.
Doing some quick math, that was an 7.5 kilo jump for Shane. We take that 7.5 away. If Jordan hits this, Jordan will have a 2.5 kilo lead, making Jordan jump into third place for right now. But he needs to hit this squat.
Absolutely. The stakes are high even at the beginning of the competition. There's a lot on the line. This is the difference between being on the podium and just missing out. And that looked like a really nice squat.
2 white lights. That is a good lift.
Really
Shane
good
is
for
now
him.
in the podium.
So now Shane has to fight to come back onto the podium, I think. And I also think that was a really nice attempt because I think he had a few more kilos in the tank. And sometimes that's actually not such a bad thing to leave just a little bit in the tank on the squat, since you have to fight on the bench press and especially on the deadlift. All-out squat can just empty that tank a little bit on the deadlift, so he's saving that for when he needs it to fight for position, because he's going to need to fight on the deadlift, which will be where he can see exactly what he needs to.
Right now, I see the Chinese lifter went to the table to try protesting, and the jury agreed with the judges. Unfortunately, that lift will stay as a no lift.
Okay, that makes sense. It was worth at least an appeal, I think. But
Mark. Oh, he's fighting. He's grinding it out. He stands up, but the judges.
Let's see.
3 white lights. He is amped up. He's excited. That was a good lift for Mark Lehnert.
That was quite the fight. Very well done on his part.
Jamari Mirzan, 310 kilos, 683 pounds.
From Guam, yes. We have another Guam lifter. We had one in the first in Flight A.
He is comfortably in second place, but only by 40 kilos. I say only 40 kilos. If he fails this lift, that 40 turns into 30 kilos.
That's true. Let's see how he can move this lift.
If he wants to comfortably stay in second, going into bench and then deads, he really needs to hit this. Jamari Mirzan, the contractor from Guam, cannot finish out. I was looking back at Jordan, this battle we got going on, brewing in this men's 125, Jordan and Shane. Jordan is opening up 2.5 kilos under his bench, all-time best.
Oh, wow. So he is getting, maybe he's feeling confident after how squats went. Maybe he's had some good training. But if his bench is anything like his squats, I think we got some exciting numbers in store.
And here we have Samuel Thermidor. Now remember, we talked about what would he take for his, third attempt. He decided to go 5 kilos up. If he hits this, he will hold on to a 35 kilo lead. If not, his 40 kilo lead to start the meet drops to only 30 kilos.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. For those of us who think in pounds, this is a 700-pound, for all intents and purposes, squat he's got going on there. He's from the United States, so I'm sure he knows this is a big milestone in the system of measurement he's probably used to.
He's fighting. He's fighting. He's fighting. He stands up. His handler over here, Prime Predator Performance, is hyped. The judges, 2 red lights, red and blue. That is,
I see his coach watching over to the jury right now.
He headed over right away.
So they're going to appeal that lift and see if they can get the jury to grant him that lift. One judge did give it a white light, so it's not an unreasonable ask.
Let's see what they say.
And I also noticed different color
pleased.
cards. There was one who gave a red card for depth and another a blue card, which we said can mean a few things, ranging from locking out of the knees to up and down motion. So when the judge can't even agree on what the technical infraction is, I especially think it's worth an appeal, but that's by no means to say that the jury will grant him the lift.
And the blue light came from the same judge that gave him the blue light on his opening attempt.
So the jury, I think, may see that and say that the standards appear to not be getting better, and so we'll see what they say.
Here we are. Omar, 325 kilos, going up 5 kilos. The biggest squat of the second session.
We saw that was a very tough fight, and we were even wondering if he should go out for this. But
wow, he's fighting through it.
An incredible sticking point. Incredible
716 pounds. The judges, 3 white lights.
All right, well, I'm glad that he went for that, right? Because especially he's forecasted first place in this, and with the heaviest squat of the session, it's understandable why.
Almost 140 kilo lead over second place.
Okay, so he does have quite a large lead, but, let's add every number. If I were him, I would want to add every number I can to that. Put the biggest total you can.
Now, we start session Flight 3, first attempts with Christian from 200 kilos on the bar. Christian, let's see, a Guam technical dispatcher.
Wow, we have 3 lifters from Guam in this session. Looks like Guam is turning out in full force in the heaviest weight classes for the men's division.
11 lifters in this flight. Should go by a little bit quicker.
3 of them are from Guam. We also have lifters from Hong Kong, Australia, China, United States, and of course our hometown country
That looked a
of
little
South Korea.
high. What did
Let's
the judges
see.
say, though?
Interesting. Oh, they all give that no lift for depth. When starting on your opener, you never want to have a miss. It puts the pressure on you and also makes you question, like, are my lifts able to meet the standard? So I hope that he's able to come back and meet that standard on his other lifts.
Marcin Orlowski. The South Korean raw 140 plus kilo opener. 140 kilo lifter, my apologies, with 205 kilos on the bar.
Dive bomb shot into the hole. Little bit of a sticky boat coming out, but moved pretty well. And 3 white lights is a very technically sound lift from the judges.
Junhyuk Kim.
Another South Korean lifter here who also works in the fitness industry. $210 kilos on the bar. Oh, wow, that was very smooth. I saw no sign of a struggle there. 3 white lights.
65 kilos shy of his all-time best. And I believe he was just taking a very light, easy opener due to the world stage being very questionable on what can and cannot happen. Always get your opening attempt no matter what. But next we have Robert Franklin and another Australian lifter. 220 kilos on the bar, 485 pounds for Robert Franklin. Shaking that bar around. Very fast. Very good, very fast. I like that lift. Let's see what he goes up to next. Elvin De Leon, a Guam teacher, is up now.
Let's see how this lift moves. They're loading up 230 kilos on this bar.
All right. Elvin De Leon is coming out for his opener. 230 kilos, 507 pounds.
Very smooth.
Everybody is shocked by how easy that moved.
He's got a lot in the tank. I have no doubt of that. 3 white lights. No doubt about the technical soundness of the lift either. We have 240 kilos being loaded on the bar
Adonis
next.
Pont, the Guam elementary school teacher. Lots of teachers in this session.
Interesting. Yes, indeed.
240 kilos on the bar. 530 pounds. 5 kilos shy of his all-time best. Let's see how this moves and what he's going to put in for a second attempt. He's wearing a very low belt. Very high bar stance.
Interesting choice of positioning of the belt, yes, but different people, depending on what your body is, you prefer different belt positions. Sometimes even for different lifts, some people prefer a higher belt position on the deadlift and a lower belt position on the squat. So there's a lot of room for individual variation in terms of making the equipment work for you, your body, and the needs of your particular setup on a particular lift.
The Hong Kong sports manager. For my sake, I will avoid saying his name. You will be able to see it up on the live stream. I do not want to insult or mispronounce a name, but he is strong nonetheless. 540 pounds, 245 kilos, 2.5 kilo PR for an opener. Wow, what a lift.
Yes, indeed. A very, very good lift. If you want to see more of his lifts, you can find him on Instagram at xeroxs.lam. We have another hometown legend here, Xiang Taekyong.
255 kilos on the bar. That is 562 pounds. That is only 7.5 kilos shy of his all-time best. Let's see.
So if he moves this well, I think he definitely has room for PRs here.
Agreed.
But first, he's got to move this comfortably.
We have 5 spotters around him. For those who do not know, anything over 500 pounds, you must have 5 spotters.
So that's around the 227.5 kilo mark is typically the delineation when they bring on those 2 extra spotters. And with this being the men's super heavyweight and second most heavy class, we're going to see a lot of heavy squats this flight. So all those spotters are going to be put to work out there. And we're really glad for how good a job they're doing keeping the meet running efficiently and the lifters safe.
I see Adrian Thomas, arguably one of the strongest lifters of the entire meet, opening with 330 kilos on the squat, 727 pounds for the 140 kilo fire alarm technician.
And look how massive a squat this is. His nominated best squat is 305 kilos. He's opening 25 kilos above that. This is not only the biggest squat we've seen of the day so far, with us just being on the lightest round of opening attempts for this flight, but this is also a massive competition personal best.
Hear a lot from his crowd, hyping him up, taking his time to get underneath that bar. We're seeing that combo rack shake and weave a whole bunch, but as someone who competed on there, it was able to hold my squats.
Yeah, these Hansu Power racks are definitely high quality. All this equipment that Hansu has provided, very high quality, and will definitely hold up to all the wear and tear that these lifters put on it.
That moved a little slow for an opener, but
That's true, but there was never any doubt that he was strong enough for it. 3 white lights, 25 kilo personal best right out the gate. Hard to argue with it. But I will be very interested to see where he goes from there.
Indeed, I agree with that. But there's another, even heavier lift in this flight with Juan Chen, 335 kilos, 738 pounds for the Chinese lifter. One of my go-to lifting songs, Heavy is the Crown by Linkin Park. High bar position, 140 kilo plus.
He's in the super heavyweight division, lifting a super heavy squat.
What
and he's moving that
speed.
fast. Textbook high bar squat there.
That is a fast squat. That is a strong lifter. That is a big man. We're back up to the top for second attempts with Christian Lomana, 210 kilos on the bar. Just waiting for the platform crew to get the platform ready.
Yes, as you move to the next round of attempts, there's often a lot of plates you have to take on, moving from the heaviest of the flight. So they had to change out a lot of plates.
These spotters and loaders have been working extremely hard all weekend long. They have been doing a fabulous job spotting, loading, and making sure this flight and this meet is running smoothly.
And that's true. This is a physically strenuous job with all the plates they have to move, possibly catching some lifters and their very large amounts of weight that are on their bars. So it's no easy feat for them to be doing the job they're doing right now.
All right, Christian failed his opener at 200, went up 10 kilos.
Oh, no. This is already quite a fight. He's barely making it. He is going to stand up with the weight.
Oh, yeah,
but
he jumped the command. That's a no lift.
No. Yeah, I don't think they can give him this lift. They also thought that it was too high, and with the yellow lift, I'm very worried that we're not going to see a successful attempt out of Christian, but you never know. Miracles have happened in this sport before. And this is why I think that many lifters in the other flights and other lifters even in this flight, sometimes they do open up very light, something that's well below their personal best, just in case the standards are higher than what they're used to, just in case the travel has taken more out of them than they'd expect. So we'll see what happens for him and the rest of his lifts, because he will be able to bench press and deadlift. He will be able to squat another attempt. And meanwhile, we're going to move on to Marcin Orlowski. 10-kilo jump for him.
Very fast going down. 215 kilos. 3 white lights for the 5-kilo PR. Currently, there is only 7.5 kilos separating him from 4th place. Very tight battle outside the podium. But this 140 class is just dominated by Adrian Thomas. Opening up with that 330 squat. Just an absolute monster at the forecasted total.
Absolutely.
But first, let's pay attention to Jung-Hyuk Kim, 220 kilo, 485 pounds.
And he's in a close battle with Robert Franklin for 4th place, as both of them potentially eye a podium spot should one of those top 3 slip a little bit, though there will be a big gap that they'll have to overcome. So it'll be curious to see how the battle between Jung-Hyuk and Robert plays out as they continue to add kilos to the total with 7 more lifts.
Now we have Robert Franklin.
Speaking of which,
Australian.
Robert hits back right away, perhaps.
Going back and forth. 237.5 kilos on that bar. That is a lot of weight. 523 pounds for the Australian lifter. Purple hair, purple belt.
Purple hair, that
Love
fresh
it.
haircut. Likes to look his best on the platform. That's true, actually. His hair doesn't match his belt. I guess I never noticed that. Sure, that was intentional.
That looked a little high, but
let's see.
Judges
the judges
said
give
3
it to
white
him,
lights.
so we'll take it.
From where we are sitting, we do have the kilo rack right in front of us, so we may not get the best view.
Yes.
And we are also sitting up higher than the judges. Once
Absolutely.
again, may have a bad look.
And Brady, I think that's actually an important something that not everyone realizes. I see a lot of people that go on Instagram and they'll armchair judge these lifts, right? You'll see a clip that someone in the audience took and you'll be like, oh, I disagree with the judge's call. But really, you didn't have those judges' vantage points. Those judges are optimally positioned to see the lift. So Brady and I are doing the best we can we'll give our own thoughts on how the lifts go. But ultimately, what the judges say and what the jury says is what counts.
That's very important to remember. There is 6, that's right, 6 different world-level judges watching these lifts.
Right.
If they do not think that is a good lift, it will not be a good lift.
Yes.
If 6 people, if you have 4 of them agree that is a
Yes.
good lift based on numbers, technically that should be a good lift then.
Yes. No, exactly. The quality of judging is definitely at a very high level here. And again, anything that the rest of us get, we're just getting a view that is helpful for observing what's going on, but maybe not always the most helpful for technically critiquing the lift. So we will leave the judges to the judges, and we'll commentate what we see as well here. Just informally. We got Elvin. We got Adonis.
Adonis Ponce, 257.5. That's 567 pounds.
He's well above his personal best here, which was back at 240 kilos. He's already loading 17.5 kilos above that.
The Guam elementary teacher.
It's a fight.
It's that high bar position.
Yeah, can be quite a grind.
You know, I used to squat high bar quite a bit, and
Yeah.
I will say it's very easy to always hit depth, and you come out of the hole extremely quick.
Yes.
But where you lose that speed boost of the bounce out of the hole, that is purely quads you must fight through.
Yes, I really think it's hard to grind out of the hole. And I think I also used to squat high bar, now squat with a low bar position for competition, as do many lifters. I think we just value that power. It allows you to grind a little bit more as you can get more hip recruitment. And
The Hong Kong sports manager, 262.5 kilos. That's 578 pounds on that bar.
Let's see how he moves this. He's also got a high bar position, and he powers through that very well. As we said, it's no easy feat to power through a high bar squat when it gets heavy like he did.
Right now, we have a very tight battle. Elvin De Leon is very slowly creeping up. The Hong Kong sports manager must be very careful on his third attempt so he doesn't leave kilos out on that platform and allow Elvin to close that gap.
That's true. There is a lead in second place, but it's not an insurmountable one. So these remaining lifts will definitely be critical.
Swung Taek Zhang, 270 kilos. That's 595 pounds on that bar. Currently in third place for the 140 plus, but only trailing by 10 kilos from Adonis Ponce, who we just saw lift.
That's going to be quite the battle then for silver versus bronze, I think.
I agree.
Let's see how this moves. It's going to be critical. Every lift is going to count.
This will be a 7.5 kilo PR for him. I feel like he is wanting every single pound. He's feeling the hype, feeling the energy in his home city, in his home crowd. Oh,
there's
stopping.
a sticking point.
Let's see what the judges
I saw
think.
a little head shake. I don't think he was happy with that lift either.
2 reds,
The
blues.
blue cards, that probably means up and down. I think that they saw that and they thought the bar dipped just a little before he recovered.
Oh, his shoulders. You looked at the live stream, his upper back fell forward a bit.
Yes.
And I could easily see why they think that was an up and down motion.
It's unfortunate because he clearly was strong enough to complete the lift, but those standards are there. That way when the spotters and loaders see downward movement, that they know that they can take the bar. And it was so subtle that they didn't grab it this time, but in other cases, it allows them to see when a lifter is about to fail the lift and save their energy. So it's an
Adrian
important
Thomas.
rule.
Adrian Thomas, the fire alarm technician from the United States with 340 kilos on that bar, 750 pounds.
And he had a massive squat to open with above his own personal best, as well as one of the heaviest we had seen in the meet.
Fights through it, locks it out. Let's see what the judges say.
Slow, but there was never really a point where it stopped.
Good lift. 2 white lights. Red card from the right judge on depth.
So he's continuing to add to his sizable lead for the first place in this weight class.
Now, the biggest squat of the day thus far. 355 kilos from the Chinese lifter. That is 782 pounds, ladies and gentlemen.
This is tying his personal best as well. If he can move this well, anything he puts on the bar for the third attempt will be a PR. So
There's a lot of weight on that bar, ladies and gentlemen. 782 pounds, 355 kilos. Going up 20 kilos is quite a sizable jump. Wow.
that looked like it moved very well too.
Talk about speed. 3 white lights. What a technician.
And there was definitely more in the tank. I think he's able to. Oh, and excuse me, he already hit a PR. That was a 5 kilo PR over his nominated best squat. So he's already got the PR done. He can just add to that whatever he thinks he has for his third attempt.
And now we are back up to the top with Christian Wamanga. Failed his opening and second.
This is going to be critical. He's going to need to change something substantial if he wants to come make this lift. So, and sometimes it does happen. Sometimes, like, it does take you a little bit of time to find your groove. Or I know one time I failed a second squat on depth. I had to widen my stance a little, and I was able to come back and complete the lift to depth. So maybe he can make a technical change and be able to recover the lift. But we're going to see how this fares for Christian. I'm nervous.
210 kilos on that bar. Gets the squat command. His favorite song being played right now. Unfortunately,
Just not
he
quite
will bomb
enough.
out of the meet. He can continue benching and deadlifting, but he will not be able to set any records nor be qualified for placing.
So you have to complete at least one valid squat, bench press, and deadlift to put up a total. Otherwise, you bomb out of the meet and, yes, are not eligible for awards or records. But it's still a great experience for him, I'm sure, to be able to come and compete here in the world stage. And you are not disqualified from performing later lifts, so he will still be able to showcase his hard work on bench press and deadlift later in the meet, should he so choose.
Now we got Marcin Orlowski, 220 kilo on that bar. That's 485 pounds for the South Korean 140 kilo plus lifter, or 140 kilo lifter. 10 kilo PR for Marcin. Let's see on how it goes.
He has a very fast descent into the hole, and then it was slow out of it, but he powered through nicely. Good lift.
3 white lights. Good lift. Next up, we have Jung-Hyu Kim taking 230. Jung-Hyu Kim only 10 kilos ahead of Marcin if he hits this, but 5 kilos behind Robert Franklin.
They are quite close on their totals so far in this meet, so we'll see what they both have on their next attempts.
The South Korea Fitness Equipment General Manager. That looked way too easy for a third attempt. Let's see what the judges say, though. 3 white lights. What a great lift for Jung-Hyu Kim. 230 kilos was on that bar. 507 pounds.
We have 250 kilos being put on this bar, which will be a 5 kilo personal best for Robert Franklin.
And Robert, if he hits this, will hold a 5 kilo lead over Jung-Hyu Kim, who we just saw lift. If he wants to stay in that contention for just outside podium and chip away at Elvin D. Leon, he needs to hit this lift. 12.5 kilo increase. The purple hair and purple belt Aussie lifter. Hear quite the cheering from the crowd.
Sounds like we got some love for Australia down in the house. Very steady.
He's fighting, twisting his way up.
Wow.
Stops, locks it up.
Even
I never
high
saw it
out-
go down.
I didn't either. Even higher up in the lift.
Wow.
That was quite a fight, but he made it. 3 white lights. He comes away at the personal best, and as he and Jungyu fight to keep for that 4th place,
3
he
white lights.
builds a lead for that, and eyes a spot on the podium should Elvin have a misstep on the later lifts.
Speaking of Alvin, he's up next with 260 kilos, 570 pounds on that bar.
So he does, in terms of forecasted total, have a non-trivially sized 40-kilo lead, but he'll need to show here that he has what it takes to defend that lead with this 3rd squat.
He fails this. He loses 40 to a 30-kilo lead.
And then, on those deadlifts, people take big jumps. Things happen, right? Especially if you miss a lift. So he needs this lift.
And from where we are, that looked good. He's
He is
hyped.
executing well.
3 white lights. He is going to maintain that 3rd place lead over Robert Franklin. And now we have the Hong Kong teacher. Or Hong Kong sports manager with 267.5 kilos, 590 pounds on that bar. Currently comfortably in 2nd place. Very stable and strong walkout. Going up 5 kilos, very conservative.
Ooh, that is quite the fight. I will be curious to see if there was any up and down motion called, as the bar seemed to at least stop multiple times.
3 white lights. The judges do not think there's any up and down.
And that's what we're saying. The bar can stop. It doesn't have to keep going up consistently as long as it just doesn't go back down. So props to him for fighting through multiple sticking points to complete that lift.
Oh, man. It's time for some big squats now. Sung Taek
That's
Jung,
true.
270 kilos, 595 pounds on that bar. Sung Taek Jung. The South Korean 140-plus kilo lifter, trying to fight his way to 2nd place over the Guam Adonis Ponce. He hits this. He's only 10 kilos behind, assuming Adonis hits his 3rd. But he did fail his 2nd attempt. So let's see if he can nail this. Locked it out. 3 white lights.
Way to recover from that, especially as he missed his last attempt on a technicality. A little bit better this time around.
For a 7.5 kilo PR for the South Korean lifter. What a lift. And speaking of Adonis Ponce, he's up now with 272.5 kilos on that bar and a 600-pound squat.
We have our lineup of Guam teachers.
Making a very strong 15-kilo jump. He needs this if he wants to hold on to that 10-kilo lead. Otherwise, he will drop down into 3rd. Starting off with tying his PR, we have no idea where his top end strength is right now. Let's see if this is the right call.
Let's see what he has here.
Oh, unfortunately,
Just
came
couldn't
out
get
the
enough
hole weird.
rebound out of that hole. Yes, he dive bombs into that hole, which to maybe try to get some of that stretch reflex to give you a bounce out of the hole. But 600 pounds is a lot to try to trampoline out of the hole. So we'll see. We have some more 600-plus pound in the Imperial unit system squats coming up. We have 292.5 kilos.
Adrian Thomas is up now, 342.5 kilos, 755.
Excuse me. Wow, I couldn't even count the red plates in that bar. That's not 292.5 kilos. That's 342. There's a whole extra red on there.
The fire alarm technician from the United States, 23 years old, lifting on the world stage, going up 2.5 kilos. Just trying to chip away at every single pound he can get out of this day. Lots of cheering from the crowd. Big steps, stable steps coming out of that rack.
Wow. Through.
He
Good
fights
fight.
through it. The judges say it is a 3 white light lift. He is hyped. That was a good lift. What a fight.
What a great squat session for Adrian, too, blowing away his PR on his opener and then adding to it twice.
And here is our first 800-pound squat of the day. 370 kilos for Huan Chen, the Chinese lifter. 815 pounds.
He has this textbook high bar squat.
$370 kilos, ladies and gentlemen. 815 pounds here in Seoul, South Korea. He's fighting it. He's fighting it. He's fighting it.
Shaking. Under 815 pounds, no surprises why.
2 white lights. That is
Good
a good lift. He's
He is
hyped.
hand.
The
I
Chinese
don't blame
lifter
him.
is hyped. Woo! He is excited. What a big lift. 800 pounds.
What a way to finish off the squats for this morning. They're going to take all the weights off and set up for the bench press.
And we will be back in just a couple of minutes. Thank you. We'll see you soon.
10-minute break. See you back for bench.
Audio's on. Welcome back to the bench session of the IDFPA 2025 Open and Masters World Championships. I'm joined here by a good colleague,
Mark Hyman, and we have Braden here commenting the bench press. We start off with RG Alunde.
Let's see. Let's get this up and rolling again. Argi Alonde opening up with 50 kilos on that bar. If you look back to her squat session, she had a great squat, hitting a 20 kilo PR. Now we're starting on the bench.
She's opening conservatively again, 12.5 kilos under her personal best, but with all the gains she made on squat and with as many commands as there are on the bench, the 3 commands, start, press, and rack, there's a lot of room to feel out what the judges are looking for on the lift, and she probably knows that she has kilos that she can afford to leave in the tank if need be.
One of the most interesting things of bench press, Mark, that I learned is that 82% of all lifters will fail their third attempt on bench. And so in a lot of these close battles that we're seeing with the men's 125, the men's 140, you know, those second, third, fourth, fifth place rankings, that is the spot where some lifters will be conservative and get that third, and others will be a little risky, and we'll see on how all their gambles are going to be paid off. Bench is quite a marathon, and we're going to see.
That's a really good point. Yes, and also because on the bench press, most people are lifting less amount of weight because you use smaller muscles, and so even a 2.5 kilo jump, if you start too heavy, can be too much. So I think starting light, honestly, is an underrated strategy on the bench press if you really want to go 3 for 3 and not have a fail lift tax you as you go into those critical deadlifts.
Elena Kim is now up. Elena Kim, the South Korean 100 kilo lifter. Oh, no, I apologize. Diane Nelson. Sorry about that. LiftingCast was not updated when I read that off. Diane Nelson from the United States, the management consultant, opening up at 65 kilos. We just had a slight little issue with the foot blocks. Now, for those who don't know, for lifters, you do have the option to include foot blocks up to 30 centimeters if you need them.
So that can help for lifters who have short limbs or just find that being a little bit higher off the floor gives them better leg drive, which is an important component of a heavy bench press.
A little bit longer of a press command. For those who are watching and don't really know the ins and outs of bench press, the rule book clearly states that a press command can only be given once the bar is motionless on the chest. For a lot of lifters who rush that bar down, even when they get it down, they're a little shaky on the chest. They will not receive a press command and will have to hold it on the chest a lot longer.
Absolutely. And I think that sometimes lifters get surprised when the press command feels long, and really is not for a set amount of time. What Brady was saying is it's when the judge can verify that that bar is motionless. So the more the bar moves around, the longer it takes, but it does sometimes depend on the judge how carefully they want to verify the stillness of the bar. So that's why I think that it can make sense to open up later as you're trying to figure out how long the judges are typically expecting the bar to be paused to verify that it has come to a complete stop. So we have our next lift now.
Amanda Caldito, Women's Raw Master 1, 600.
67.5 kilos on this bar.
Ooh. 2 white lights with a yellow from the right judge. I think that was for jumping the command. That would be a yellow or her foot moved.
The yellow card is pretty much a catch-all for everything ranging from outright failure of the lift, but also a number of technical infractions. So it could be the foot move, it could be the butt coming off the bench. It could be jumping a command if you don't, if you move too fast to start the lift, press, or to rack before the command is given. So
Thank you for that, Mark. Great explanation of that rule.
So it can be hard to guess sometimes what that card means because it literally can mean a lot of things. But she got it. It was a good lift, 2-1.
Janine Cascaden with the same weight. Masters 3 this time. The retired senior forensic specialist from the United States. Very high touch for that bench.
That's true.
Doesn't matter. That's 3 white lights for Janine. She is now on the board and making her way to become a world champion. Next up, we have Jacqueline Todd.
There it is.
Let's see what she has. She's already opening. We bring on the red plates, so she's putting on a considerable amount of weight onto this bar. 82.5 kilos being loaded for her. That's just 2.5 kilos under her nominated best.
Jacqueline Todd going 2 for 3 on squats, missing her second, coming back and hitting her third. Now taking an opening bench. Now right there, Mark.
Looked very easy.
Right there where you talked about the bar was motionless the moment it got to her chest, and so she got what seemed like a very fast press command.
Exactly, and so it's not always inconsistency of judging standards when the length of the pause varies, but it really just depends on how quickly the lifter can make that lift, that bar be motionless. And so she had a very controlled lift and got a very good press command as a reward.
And I will say, Katie Dodge, the head chief referee, is a very experienced bench press referee. She is a raw and equipped American lifter.
So she knows how it is on both sides of the platform.
But first, we got Holly Scott, 87.5 kilo. There we go. What a good lift from Holly Scott. It's good seeing all these lifters take a very safe opening on bench. With squat, especially on the world stage, squats can go by fast or slow, be very taxing and draining. You don't want to be that aggressive with your opening bench due to so many uncertainties with the squat at a world championship.
Exactly. There's just so many technical moving parts, I think. And plus, given that it is the lift that for most people is the smallest component of your total, I think that trying to go for a really heavy, overambitious opening attempt has a very low risk to reward payoff. So
Agreed.
I'm glad we see many really nice openers. We did see a little bit of slow off the chest there, but she moved it nicely. So again,
Interesting.
people have different.
She put
Interesting. All red lights. I wonder if a command was jumped. Because, again, we said that yellow card could mean any type of technical infraction, but usually something like a butt coming off the bench, the head ref can't see that. So if all of them give it, I assume that a command was violated. I see them going to the jury table. And we did say that you are allowed to appeal at the jury table, even if all 3 of the referees give the same color card. The new rules do allow you to appeal that lift. So they're either asking the jury why the lift was failed, or they are making an appeal.
First, we got Jacqueline Gregory with 97.5 kilos. Jacqueline Gregory did not have the best squat session, only going 1 for 3, hitting her second. Turns that around and hits her opening bench with 3 white legs.
Well, good.
Hopefully we can gain a little bit of momentum and she can finish the day off very strong, going 6 for 6.
Exactly, yes. Just because one lift doesn't go exactly as you hope doesn't mean that you can't put together a great day. So let's hope that that's what she does here.
Now we got Chanel Perry benching 100 kilos, 220 pounds.
So if you're in a commercial gym in a country that uses metric units, this is 2 plates on the bar. So this is an appreciable amount of weight that most gym rats would be quite happy to hit.
Chanel Perry, 100 kilos. Doesn't have a monster lead over Rachel Stark in second place. Only 12.5 kilos.
That's perhaps one deadlift attempt. So she's going to need to execute well in the bench press because she needs to keep that lead as big as possible.
She missed out.
Interesting.
Yeah, you see that? 210. It says if she makes it, squats are over. Interesting. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, lifting. Okay, who knows what's up with it.
We'll see on how it shakes out.
LiftingCast sometimes gives us a little fits, but first we have Anna benching 102.5 kilograms. So if you're in the U.S., that would be 2 plates on the bar in a gym that uses pounds. So a very strong opener.
Next up, we have Rachel Stark, the battle for the women's 100 Raw Open. Let's see on how Rachel attacks his 105 kilo bench, 231 pounds. What a battle we have brewing. But first, opening bench must be completed.
Let's see.
We have Skillet being played in the background.
Notice she has a very light touch point on her chest. She's bringing down very controlled and barely touching the chest to make it very clear when the bar has stopped moving so she can get a fast press command. Some lifters we've seen prefer to sink it a little bit further into their chest, which is also acceptable. But it does mean that even after the bar hits your chest, it still sinks in a little and won't get that press command quite as fast.
Now we have Mia Chain, 110 kilos for the United States manager.
Now, she hit a world record squat with 213 kilos, but it's worth noting that the record will only stand if she hits a valid total. So she needs to get one bench press and one deadlift on the board for that record to count.
Did you see how close that grip was?
That was a very close grip. That was like what most people would do as an accessory to train their triceps, but if that works for her, that allows her to use her triceps to power through quite a lot of weight. So
not only that, no wrist straps either.
Impressive. But that's also very good. She makes the lift, and so now as long as she makes her opening deadlift, she'll have a world record squat as well as a great total shaping up.
Now we have Amanda Dahl, 137.5 kilos.
She's in second place, forecasted total. So we're going to have to see how this massive 137.5 kilo, 303 pound in imperial units, how this bench helps her out as she tries to battle for positioning on that podium.
Interesting.
She's taking a little bit of time with this setup. She's down to 15 seconds.
They called a replace command.
If the judges are not satisfied with her positioning, and she does have these foot blocks, so there's a little bit of work to make sure. She only has 5 seconds left. If she doesn't get the press command, start command in 5 seconds.
She got it.
With less than 1 second to spare, she got that start command.
Wow.
1 more second and she would have timed out and not been allowed to take the lift.
So for those who are curious, When it comes to the head referee, and it was a no lift, 2 reds or 2 yellow lights.
You know, that's so hard. Yeah, if the head referee doesn't see that the side referees have verified the correct starting position, they can tell you to replace it, tell you what you've done wrong, and make you do the setup all over again. And so that's why she could only do the lift. She had 1 second left before she was going to time out, and it's not surprising to me. I think that's so much stress we put under that she made a slight technical infraction. She locked out the lift. It wasn't that she was unable to bench the weight. But so I'm hoping that she can come back with a cleaner setup, get a faster start command, and crush that lift her next time around.
Indeed. That's always a very stressful part. Everyone's always anticipating the start command.
Yes.
But and that's another very tricky part. We saw it happen a lot with the Israeli lifters on Thursday, where the Israeli lifter got a replace command, and he started the lift instead. And that was an automatic failed lift because he did not follow the referee's commands. So there's a lot more to pay attention to rather than just start, press, and rack. 2-1 good lift for Argi Alandi.
She goes up, she ties her personal best there. She opened up light on the bench press, 12.5 kilos below her best. She made a massive 12.5 kilo jump, and she guts it 2-1. And that makes sense because that meant that she had a stupid easy lift. So even if she had to replace the lift for her opening attempt, even if a lot went wrong, she could make the lift and have a valid total.
And here we have Elena Kim, 65 kilos on that bar, 143 pounds for the South Korean.
Light touch.
Wow. That
Very
is
clean.
Fast. That is strong. Only went up 2.5 kilos. Mark, I wonder if she timed out on putting in a second attempt.
That is a possibility. If you don't put in an attempt for the score table, the default is that if you succeeded in the lift, you get 2.5 kilos added, the minimum possible increment, and if you failed, you repeat the lift. So if she didn't put in an attempt, that would have been what they would have assigned her to lift. So that's one possibility. And another possibility is that she's just being conservative, stacking a few extra kilos. That lift did not look challenging for her, but you never know. As we were also saying, sometimes 2.5 kilos, especially for very technically lifters with technically demanding styles of lifting, the difference between 2.5 kilos can mean the difference between a very fast lift and a no lift.
Amanda Caldito, a little shaky about halfway up. The judges gave her 3 white lights, though, nonetheless, for the 70 kilo, 154-pound bench, slowly building up a perfect day. 5 for 5 on the day with a 2.5 kilo PR right there. And now we have Diane Nelson, same weight, 70 kilos, 154 pounds. Diane Nelson coming at you from the United States as a management consultant. Going up 5 kilos for for Diane. Very quick press command. She's fighting to get it up. We will see what the judges say. She did lock it out. So personally, it's a good lift, and the judges say it's a good lift with 2 white lights as well.
Wow,
with a red
what a
from
grind.
with a yellow from the right judge. Red can mean several things, from foot to jumping a command to butt coming up. Either way, it is still a good lift. And now we have Janine Cascading with a world record attempt. 71.5 kilos on that bar for the Masters 3 lifter, 157 pounds. This will be only 1 kilo under her all-time best, a raw world record for the retired senior forensic specialist out of the United States of America.
Oh, would you like to? Yeah, just okay.
That looked good. That looked good. And the judges say it is a good lift with 3 white lights.
And because
that
it
is
was a
new
record-
Raw world record for Janine.
She's allowed to chip that and not go in an even multiple of 2.5 kilograms because it's a world record. So very nice lift for Janine on her second attempt with one more lift to add to it.
Jacqueline Todd, Raw Master 3 lifter, 87.5 kilos on that bar, 193 pounds if we round up the 0.1 pound. She's excited. She wants to do it. She's excited to do this lift.
Real quick, we're going to have a change of commentaries. We're going to get some Chinese language commentary in here from Feng Xie.
One Chinese commentator and one English commentator.
Yeah.
Sheng?
Fang.
Feng.
Yeah.
Pleasure to be with you.
Yeah, me too.
That is a 3 white light lift.
300试举成功。
Lots are very, very, very excited for Jacqueline Todd.
今天上午中国队选手有郝佳琪、宗松南以及陈大焕。
Next up, we have Holly Scott coming out, Raw Master 2 lifter, 92.5 kilos, 203 pounds on that bar. That was locked out. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white light lift for Holly Scott.
Holly Scott 300试举成功。下一位是 Jeremy Cascaden，
2.5 kilos.
的选手，100公斤级。
Next up, we have Jackie Hao, 92.5 kilos on that bar, 203 pounds for the Chinese lifter.
好，现在朴佳琪上场，郝佳琪。
Hits a sticking point, locks it out, moved just like her opener,
已经
and
是第二把，
3
他
white
已经
lights
破
for
了
the
自己的
Chinese lifter.
2.5公斤的最新的个人 PB。
Failed her opener at 90 kilos, went up 2.5 kilos, came back and smashed it for 3 white lights. And now we have Jacqueline Gregory is now up 102.5 kilos. That's 225 pounds on that bar. 225 pounds for the United States management analyst. She's fighting. She's fighting it. Oh, unfortunately, it gave out on her. A 5 kilo jump. What's good is she still hit her opener, and so she is still good to be able to put up a total. Let's see what her third attempt is going to be. Next up, we have Ana Castano, 105 kilos, 231 pounds on that bar. $105 kilos for Anya Castano. Self liftoff. Fights to get it up. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white
300试
lights.
举成功。好，下一位 Chanelli Perry。
For the 2.5 kilo PR.
Yes。
And now Chanel Perry, same
Chanel
weight,
Perry, same
105 kilos.
And he's from the United States. Do you see his arch?
Huh?
Arch technique. Really
Oh,
hard.
yes, big arch, yes.
Yes.
Fast.
Fast.
Wow. That
Massive.
is fast.
Yeah.
Very fast. Very
Okay,
strong.
2-1. Still good lift. Congratulations.
2 white light. We had a yellow from the right judge. Once again, Cameron is a very, very experienced referee. This is a world level meet. There are world standards that must be upheld. If a judge believes that is a red light lift, he will vote as he believes to up and maintain the world standards.
Yes, of course.
Rachel Stark.
Rachel Stark.
110 kilos, 242 pounds for the United States lifter.
好，110公斤。
She locks it out.
好
Let's see
锁
what
定
the
成功
judges
那
say.
我们看一下裁判的判罚。
No lift. Yellows
Oh.
from the side.
Yeah.
Normally, if you have 2 reds, yellow cards from the side, that is usually your butt coming off the bench. Let's see if she's able to make that change for her 3rd attempt.
好，他刚才说，如果说是两边是给的黄灯，有可能是臀部离开了，或者脚离开了表面。
Mia Kane now, 112.5 kilos, 248 pounds on that bar.
同样是来自美国的选手 Mia Kane， 112.5公斤，第2把试局。
Ooh, she's locking it out. She locked it out, but let's see what the judges say on that.
虽然有粘滞，但还是锁定成功。让我们看一下啊，
No lift, blue
两
from
边的
the
边裁
sides.
给了红灯。
Blue is normally associated with either up and down or
Yes.
soft lockout.
Yes。蓝色的裁判灯一般都是锁定不成功，或者它的上升过程有2次下降。
Next up, Amanda Dahl, 137.5 kilos on that bar. That is 303 pounds for the American lifter.
Well, you are good at math. Switch pounds and
So,
kilos.
right here, I have a kilo, and then up here, I have. Yep.
Oh, that's right.
That's
Okay.
why I have my phone right here, so I can stay up to date right away. This is hooked up with that,
Yeah.
and so what they're seeing up there, I can see right away right here.
Yes, of course.
Amanda Dahl retaking her opener. If you don't remember, she had a mishap on her opener where she had a replace command and had to rush her bench attempt. So far, no replace, and actually got the start. That moved fast. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Amanda Dahl. A 300-pound bench press for the American. And we are back up to the top for
Yeah.
third
现在我们来到
attempts.
第3把试局 ，Elina Kane， 来自韩国的豪加奇第3把不要了。然后我们看到来到韩国的 Elina Kane from South Korea。
The 28-year-old South Korean.
Yeah.
148 pounds on that bar, 67.5 kilos. Looking to go 6-4-6 on the day. Wow, that is fast, that is strong.
起得非常轻松。
Taking 2.5 kilo jumps the whole time. Very conservative, just wanting to go for a 9 for 9 day, it
Yeah.
appears from thus. Next up, we have Diane Nelson, the 100 kilo women's raw masters from the United States, benching 72.5 kilos, 160 pounds.
72.5公斤。
Going back from when we started bench press attempts, if you were just tuning in, bench press, almost 80% of all lifters will fail their third bench attempt. And so for our tight battles once we get later in this meet. This is where lifters will either make or break their totals and their placings. Diane Nelson. Oh, unfortunately, could not finish it out. Janine Cascaden, the women's Raw Master 3 lifter, the retired senior forensic specialist, going for a world record 73 kilos, 160 pounds.
大师三组选手是60到69岁。
This will be a half kilo all-time PR for Janine Cascaden. She went up 1.5 kilos, breaking her own world record attempt.
这也是世界纪录保持者，他现在要打破之前他自己保持的72.5公斤的世界纪录。加油！非常轻
She
松。
locked it out. And the judges, it's a new
300
world
举成功
record. It's 160 pounds for the Masters 3 lifter, Janine Cascaden. Next up, the Guam Masters 1 Raw lifter, Amanda Caldito, with a 75 kilo bench. That is 165 pounds. Right now, we're hearing all of the lifters with their third attempt songs. Right here, we are seeing a very interesting setup. Feet up on the bench. For those who do not know, that is not legal in all federations. The USAPL and the IDFPA are one of the few federations that allow you to do that. She fights. Oh, it was just too much for Amanda Caldito.
上把没有了，让我们看一下，下一位是
Argi Olonde is next. The Guam CNA, the 100 kilo raw lifter. She also has 75 kilos on that bar, 165 pounds.
好，相比上一把，他加了5公斤。
Argi had a very good squat session, and now she's looking to build on that total with the bench press. This will be a 12.5 kilo PR. Unfortunately, it does not come off her chest. Just too much for her today. Good fight. Getting excited, wanting to make up some kilos and try reaching the top 3 of the podium right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another world record attempt for Jacqueline Todd, 90.5 kilos. That's 199 pounds for the American.
现在重量来到90.5公斤，也是一次个大师组的世界纪录试举。
Masters 3 Raw, 100 plus kilo lifter. This will be a 5.5 kilo PR for her.
他之前的卧推记录是个人记录是85公斤，已经多出了5.5公斤。
She's pushing it. She locks it out. What do the judges say?
非常轻松，
It's a new world
举成功，恭
record.
喜新的世界纪录诞生。
Next up, Holly Scott, the registered nurse from the United States of America.
好，下一位也是美国选手 Holly Scott，
97.5 kilos on that bar. That's 214 pounds.
97.5公斤。
going up 5 kilos. This will be a 2.5 kilo PR for her. Holly Scott going 5 for 5 on the day so far. Her 6th attempt. She's fighting it. She locks it out. What do the judges say? That is a 3 white light lift and a 2.5 kilo PR for the
非常不容
American.
易啊，50多岁还能够活跃在比赛场上，还能够打破自己以前的个人纪录，非常不容易。
Jacqueline Gregory is up next. The management analyst from the United States with 102.5 kilos on the bar, 225 pounds. Retaking her 2nd attempt.
第2把试举没有成功，现在第3把相同的重量，看他是否能够推起。裁判给出口令，起得很丝滑。
Wow, way to come back. The judge said it's a good lift for
试举成功。
Jacqueline Gregory. What a way to come back from that failed 2nd attempt. Next up, we have Ana Castano. 107.5 kilos. That's 237 pounds on that bar.
也是来自美国的 Ana Castano， 杠铃重量是
The research scientist
100
from the United States of America, going for a 5 kilo PR right here.
相比他之前的102.5公斤的个人记录，已经多出了5公斤。加油，加油！
She's fighting. Unfortunately, she did not have enough to finish out the lift.
没有能够锁定。
Next up, Rachel Stark, the United States sports dietitian nutritionist. Right now, what a close battle we have with Rachel Stark and the others in the raw 100 kilo weight class.
Rachel Stark 来自美国，是一名运动营养师。
110 kilos, that's 242 pounds on that bar.
目前杠铃重量110公斤。
Long,
这个停
long
顿的
press
时间
command.
有点不稳定。他触胸的时候，杠铃没有很稳定的停顿在胸口，所以裁判的口令会稍微慢一点，要确认选手的杠铃在胸口停稳，才会给出 press 的口令。
Chanel Perry, 110 kilos on that bar, 242 pounds. She is trying to build her lead over Rachel Stark. If she gets this, she will continue to build on that lead and solidifying her way into a world champion.
Chanel Perry， 110公斤。裁判给出口令。
Oh, unfortunately, she could not finish it out. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we are seeing that statistic live out to be true. 80% of all third benches will be no lifts. We are seeing that happen now once again. Now we have Mia Kane, 112.5 kilos, 248 pounds on that bar.
来自韩国的选手，97年。 现在他的杠铃重量是112.5公斤。
She locks it out. What do the
相对比
judges
较
say?
窄的握距，
Good lift. That is
非常强壮的手臂。
3 white lights for Mia Kane. Coming back and smoking her 3rd attempt after failing it for a 2nd lift. And now we have another world record attempt.
下面
Amanda Dahl.
又是世界纪录的试举。
153 kilos, 337 pounds. That is a big jump, ladies and gentlemen, going from 303 to 337 pounds.
来自大师一组的 Amanda Doe。稍等，保护组正在调整脚垫。
Going up 15
bar
and a
is
half
loaded.
kilos. 15 and a half kilo jump for a third attempt on bench is a massive jump. Let's see if Amanda Doll
值
can
得注意
smoke
的
this.
是，他的第二把是137.5公斤，第三把直接要到了153公斤。
40
男子
seconds
选
on
手
that
都不
clock.
一定能够有这么大的试举的跳拔。
30 seconds on the clock.
应该是第一次试举的失利打乱了他的节奏。第三把全力以赴，裁判
Does not break the chest. Unfortunately, she will not get that third attempt, but she does walk away with at least
Yes.
one world record. What a day for Amanda Doll thus far. And next, we have the start of Flight 2 with Mark Brownham.
接下来我们来到 Fly B 的卧推试举。
Mark Brenham, the Masters 4 lifter, the retired optical physicist from the United States of America, opening up with 100 kilos on the bar, 220 pounds for the guest lifter. Feng, how are you enjoying South Korea?
Yeah, very good. I had a lot of fun here.
Lots of fun.
Yes, we have a lot of lifters. Competition this meet. Yeah.
Yes, China had, I think, the second or third most amount of lifters in the meet.
Yeah, maybe.
China bringing over a lot of
Yeah.
great talent, a lot of very, very strong lifters. What a good opener for the Raw guest, Mark
试举成功
Brownham.
非常轻松。
Next up, we have the Australian Jordan Pryor.
Jordan Pryor 也是来自澳大利亚的选手。
The Australian concreter. I talked to him a little bit backstage between squat and bench. He is fighting for that third place podium spot. He is going to fight against Shane Monker, Tae-Yoon Lee, and several other 125s for that third podium spot. But it starts right now with the opening bench. Let's see on how 132.5, 292 moves for an opener.
值得注意的是，他的深蹲成绩为290公斤，卧推开把132.5。 这次澳大利亚的泰坦举重服设计的非常好看啊！
Very strong opener. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white
试
lights.
举成功，非常轻松。
I asked him. He is 6'5". That is a
Yes.
very tall man.
Yeah，
Very tall, very, very strong.
非常高的选手啊！好，
Next
现在
up,
来到我们中国选手宗松南。
Song Nun Zong.
Yes.
Okay.
No, in Asia we put our family name first. Yeah.
Huh?
In Asia we put our family first. Family name first.
So it's Song Nan.
Zong Song Nan. Yes.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah.
Song Nan.
Yes.
140 kilos, 308 pounds.
140公斤的开拔，让我们看一下他的，非常轻松。
Wow.
哇！
So strong.
让我们看一下裁判的
Three
判
white
罚，
lights.
3白试举成功，恭喜钟松南。
And what a PR. 12 and a half kilo PR on an opener for bench press.
相比他之前的比赛的最好成绩127.5公斤，直接开把就多了12.5公斤，非常强。
Julian Carlito Yabanez is up now. 145 kilos, 319 pounds for the Guam personal trainer. That was easy. That was fast. And that is a 3 white light lift for the Guam lifter. Next up, Brendan Combs, the Australian security officer, benching 150 kilos.
来自澳大利亚的 Brandon Combs， 他是安保人员职业安保人员。大家可以看到他身材非常强壮。看一下他的技术啊，双脚支撑。
Brendan Combs fighting to get back into the top 5, only separated by 5 kilos.
挺胸收紧背部，裁判给出口令。
That's
非常
fast,
丝
that's
滑
strong. And it's a good lift.
Very solid.
Good lift for the Australian security guard.
好，300成功。
Next up, we have Samuel Thermidor with 150 kilos as well. Samuel Thermidor, the Master 1 registered nurse from the United States of America.
来自美国的 Samuel 大师一族。也是一名
Wow.
注册护理人员。
Somebody tell him put a lot of weight on that bar. Wow, we had a soft lockout call from the right
锁定好
judge.
像没有特别的丝滑，所以右边的裁判给出了蓝色的裁
Still
判
a
灯。
good lift, but something to worry about if it persists. But Shane Monker is up now with 160 kilos on the bar, 352 pounds.
好像来到公开组的125公斤级选手。
One of the few Bahama
来
lifters.
自巴哈马的选手。平时在仓库工作，是一名库管。那我们看一下他的160公斤开把，哇，非常轻松，
Wow.
哇 ，so fast。
Very fast. With 3 white lights for the Bahamas warehouse clerk. Bars loaded for Gregory Allen Smith, 160 kilos, 352 pounds.
来自中国香港的 Gregor Allen Smith， 是一名教师啊。
The Hong Kong teacher is coming out to start his bench at 160 pounds, or 160 kilos, 352 pounds.
好，让我们看一下他的起桥技术啊，双脚支撑非常稳定，桥起得很高，背收得很紧。裁判给出口令，起得非常丝滑。
Move good, move fast, and the judges say it is a good lift with 3
300
white
试举成功。
lights. Jamari Marzin, the Guam contractor, is up next with 162.5 kilos on that bar, 358 pounds. He comes walking out. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do not remember, he did bomb out on squats, unfortunately. Nope, not him. Not him. Someone else. I
现在
apologize.
是162.5公斤的试举，来自关
Jamari
岛的 Jamari。
Marzan. 2.5 kilos under his best. Looking to build on a 10 kilo squat PR. Fast.
非常快，
Wow.
看来今天他又要破自己的新 PR 了。
2 white lights with a blue from the right judge. Next up, we have Robert Tyson.
Tyson.
I know, I'm doing.
Yeah, this one.
Thank you. The Financial Systems Masters 1 lifter with 170 kills, 374 pounds on that bar.
来自 Hawaii. Yeah, he's from Hawaii.
From Hawaii.
Yeah.
Very cool.
他是做金融系统的。所有的参赛选手啊，不管强还是弱，是否能够打破世界纪录，都是来自各行各业的工作人员，都有自己的本职工作。Powerlifting 或许是他们的爱好，但也是生活中的一部分。只要坚持下去，就可以达到相当的高度。
That moved good, Feng. That moved good. And the judges give him 3 white lights.
起得非常轻松，让我们看一下回放。
And next up, we have the South Korean gym owner, Tae-yoon Lee.
来自韩国的选手Tae-yoon Lee。
This is our first 400-pound squat of the session. That is 182.5 kilos on the bar.
大家可以看一下他的照片啊，非常强壮的手臂。
First 400-pound bench of the session.
开把一把82.5公斤，非常强壮。今天应该是奔着200去的。他的最好成绩是195公斤。
That moved good and that moved fast. What do the judges say? 3 white lights.
300试举成功，恭喜Tae-yoon Lee。
Next up, the Michigan native Mark Leinert. Mark opening up with 202.5 kilos. That is 446 pounds for the Michigan resident. Coming out with the Jurassic Park headband.
好，裁判给出口令。哇，非常轻松 ，massive and strong。
Look good, and the judges say it's a 3 white light lift for the Masters 1, Mark Leinert. And now we have the biggest bench of Flight 2, Omar Marquez. 210 kilos, 462-pound bench, hoping to continue his dominant run of 125-kilo weight class.
来自美国的选手 Omar Marquez， 公开组选手，125公斤，1997年生。他的最好卧推成绩是222.5公斤。第一把试举就叫了210，看来今天也是可以打破自己的 PB。Wow, massive, fast, very fast.
Wow. And the judge gave him 3 white lights for a 462-pound
Yeah.
bench. What an opener. 460, 210 kilos for an opener.
Yes, very solid strength.
So strong. And we're back up to the top 4 attempts too, with Mark Brownham, the guest lifter. For those who do not know, a guest lifter can mean several things. One of them being did not make weight,
Yes.
did not hit qualifying total, or a couple other things, most mainly being did not hit weight. If that happens, you are still eligible to lift and compete, but you just won't be able to compete for prizes, awards, records, or anything of that sort.
好，大家可以注意到，他是属于嘉宾选手。一般嘉宾选手分为几种情况，第一种就是他在称重的时候没有达到标准的体重啊，规定的体重范围；第二种就是他的某一项是没有成绩的，所以没有办法取得一个有效的总成绩，被列为了嘉宾选手。
That's a 3 white light lift. Next up, Jordan Pryor, the Australian concreter.
好，来自澳大利亚的选手Jordan Pryor， 也是95年生，今年刚好30岁。他的最好深度卧推成绩是135公斤，现在他已经超过了自己的最好成绩5公斤。
140 kilos, 308 pounds for the Australian. Losing his lead on Shane Monker. Shane making a massive jump on his second bench. He locks it out, and the judges say that's a 3 light lift. That's a 5 kilo PR for the Australian. That moved good.
Yeah,
Really good. Zhong Songnan.
Yes, from Republic of China.
150 kilos on the bar. That's 330 pounds for the Republic of Korea. Or
China.
China.
Sorry.
So sorry. Republic of China.
People's Republic of China.
Thank you.
Yeah. 好，裁判的口令给的有点慢。出现
Unfortunately,
了下
he
沉。
lost
让
it
我们
at
看一下
lockout.
中松男选手的第3把抱把会是怎么样的调整？是保持相同的重量，还是适当的往上调整一点点？
Watching the replay back, it seems like it drifted forward on him just a little bit. If that really is just a little misgroove, he should change it and make a third attempt. Julian Carlito Jimenez, 150 kilos on that bar. That's a lot of weight, 330 pounds.
好，现在我们来到 Julian。
That looks good. And it is good.
来自关岛的选手试举成功。下一位是 Brandon， 来自
The Australian security guard, Brendan Combs, 155 kilos.
Brandon Combs。
I will admit, Feng, Daniel Kim has done a wonderful job with the production of this meet.
Yes, of
with
course,
the video
absolutely.
boards, the event, everything is incredible.
And also he has
He's fighting it.
incredible crews。
Unfortunately, he was
Yeah.
not able to lock out that one side.
很可惜没有锁定成功。
But still, a testament to Daniel Kim hosting the inaugural IDFPA World Championships, the greatest platform for drug-free powerlifting.
这也是在韩国举办的最大的一次国际赛事。本次赛事聚集了20多个国家的顶尖高手。
Now we have Samuel Thermidor, 157.5 kilos, 347 pounds.
来自美国的大11组选手 Samuel Somidor。
He locks it out. The judges say that it is a good
200
lift.
试举成功。
The right judge first saying soft lockout on his opener, now saying his foot moved. Samuel is having a bench day. Jamari Marzin, 170 kilos, 374 pounds. The Guam contractor.
来自 Please tell them. Please switch the screen. Yeah.
Switch the screen?
Yep. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Going for a 5 kilo PR right here. And he locks it out very fast.
打
What do
破
the
自
judges
己的
say?
个人 PB 5公斤。
All right, 3 white light left for Jamari Marzin. Next up, we have Gregor Allen Smith.
Smith 来自中国香港是一名教师。
The Hong Kong teacher in the 125 Open with 170 kilos as well.
这距离他的个人最好成绩仅差了2.5公斤，看来第3把他要打破个人 PB。然后我们看一下这一次的试局。
Ooh, it looks like he tried to almost jump the press command and it bit him in the butt. He got a very long press command.
对，他的触胸的时候没有停得很稳。The bar was unstable on his chest, so the commands will be a little bit longer.
Absolutely. Now we have Robert Tyson, the United States Financial Systems. 177.5 kilos. That's 391 pounds, ladies and gentlemen.
来自美国的大11组选手 Robert Tyson。 他在台下是非常谦和的一个人，对所有人都很友好。好，裁判给出口令。Whoa!
He locks it out. The judges say that that is a good lift. A yellow from the head referee. But still a 2-1 good lift. Now we have Shane Monker with 185 kilos, 407 pounds. The Bahamas warehouse clerk benching 407 pounds.
Shim Hunker.
You need to be strong to work in a warehouse.
Shim Hunker.
And he is strong on the platform.
是一名仓库管理。裁判给出口令。好，下得很稳，起的有下降。
Looks like he lost it about halfway up. Let's see if he could turn around and hit that for a third attempt to make it a
That's
massive
a big jump from the first attempt.
15 kilos. Wow. Big jump there. Let's see what the Bahamas lifter's going to do.
跳了25公斤非常大的跳法。
Tae Yoon Lee, 190 kilos, 418 pounds for the South Korean gym owner.
Tae Yoon Lee 来自韩国选手是一名健身房老板。他的第2把的试举重量是190公斤，距离他的个人最好成绩仅差了5公斤。哎，加油，加油！
He locks it out. What do the judges say?
让我们看一下裁判的判罚是3把
It's a good lift. 3 white lights for the South Korea gym owner.
好，下一位是
Next up, the Michigan resident Mark Leonard, 210 kilos, 462 pounds.
来自美国的选手美国大11组 Mark Leonard， 他的职业是教练。
Wearing the USAPL and IDFPA brand new USA singlet. He locks it out. Let's see what the judges say, though. Good lift. 3 white lights for the
300试举
USA
成功
lifter.，
恭喜 Mark。好，下一位是 Omar McCrees， 来自美国的公开组选手，125公斤级，1997年生，他的卧推最好成绩是222.5公斤。
Big bench here. Omar Marquez, 485 pounds, 220 kilos for the U.S. lifter. 28 years old, lifting on the world stage, 10 kilo jump, 485 pounds.
第二把重量是210公斤，加了10公斤。现在已经出杆，让我们等待裁判的判罚。裁判给出口令，加油，加油！伸直手臂。
Oh, he was unable to lock it out.
明显的粘滞，有适当的下降，保护组就会帮忙回杆。
Let's see what he does for his third attempt.
试举失败，让我们看一下
It looks
B
like
组的第3轮卧推试举。
it looks like it drifted towards his face. If that really is just a misgroove thing, he
Yes.
should be able to come back and smoke it for a third.
Yes.
And now we are hearing a
success third attempt.
and now we are hearing Dan Kim allowing the lifters a third attempt song choice.
Yes.
Here is Mark Bronham's third attempt song.
本次比赛主办方Daniel King 允许选手可以选择自己的第3把试举的 BGM。
Unfortunately, he is unable to lock it out.
试举失败。
Next up, we have the Australian concreter Jordan Pryor.
对于大师4组的选手来说已经很不容易了。大师4组意味着他是70到79岁。
Jordan trying to lock in 12.5 kilos behind Shane Monker for the third place spot on the podium.
现在他要争第3名铜牌。
142.5 kilos, that's 314 pounds. Almost 3 wheels in imperial units. That is a big bench press for a big man.
值得注意的是，他之前的卧推最好成绩是135公斤，现在第3把，他要打破自己的记录，超过5公斤。裁判给出口令，伸肘。
He's pushing. He's
加油。
fighting it. He's fighting it.
加油。
One side locked. The other side's locked. What do the judges say?
裁判的判罚，试举成功。
3 white lights. That's a 7.5 kilo PR for the Australian concreter, Jordan Pryor. What a
好，现在
bench.
是中国选手宗松南，
150 kilos on the bar for the People's Republic of China.
有
330 pounds.
150公斤，这也是他在健身房的最好成绩。好，裁判口令这次给的很及时，适当的有下降保护组救的也很及时。
There was a little downward motion off the chest. Spotters grabbed it right away. We'd rather have the spotters grab early and save someone's health than risk someone's health.
好，现在钟松南已经完成了卧推的比赛，接下来他要进后场休息，准备硬拉的热身。接下来我们又来到澳大利亚的选手 Brandon Combs。
The Australian security guard retaking his second attempt. We have Monster, played by Skillet, going on in the background. He is getting ready for his third bench press of 155 kilos.
第3把重新试举，第2把没有成功的重量155公斤。现在他申请保护组帮忙出杠。裁判给出口令，加油，加油！没有了。
Unfortunately, he is unable to finish the rep.
保护组其实非常有经验 明显的下降轻微的下降都可以看得很清楚。
Julian Carlito Jimenez, 160 kilos, 352 pounds.
Julian Khalil 来自关岛的选手99年是一名健身教练。值得注意的是，他的卧推最好成绩是155公斤，现在是160公斤，多出了5公斤。让我们看一下他能否创造5公斤的个人最好成绩，加油
！Fortunately,
not today.
lift.
Yeah.
Samuel Thermidor is up now. The United States registered nurse coming out with a monster 352-pound bench.
来自美国的大师一组选手 Samuel 是一名注册护士。
If you remember, he had a right judge call him on a soft lockout for his opener. Foot moved on his second. So far, 2 for 2 on good lifts. But what will happen on his third bench here?
相比第二把，重量只增加了2.5公斤。看来他对自己的，裁判让他重新回杠。
Unfortunately, he got a rack command from the head judge. Feng, if you and others do not know, a rack command instead of a replace means the lift is over. He is unable to take a re-lift or a re-attempt.
Yes.
And if he got a replace command, he would have the option to try and retake it. But since Katie Dodge, the head referee, said rack, that attempt is now over.
好，然后他刚才说，如果说是裁判给的是 rack 的口令，就代表本次试举已经结束；如果裁判说的是 replace 的口令，就代表他还可以重新出杆，再次尝试试举。但是我们的60秒计时是不会停止的。
Gregor Allen Smith, 170 kilos, 374 pounds, retaking his second attempt, the Hong Kong lifter.
来自香港的选手。Gregor Allen Smith， 裁判给出口令，加油，加油，加油！
He locks it out. What do the judges say, though? That is a good lift for the Hong Kong teacher. The Guam contractor, Jomari Marzan, benching 177.5 kilos, 391 pounds.
比第二把试举增加了7.5公斤。让我们看一下他的第三把。
He's going for a 12.5 kilo PR. Let's see how this goes. He already got a 5 kilo PR. Can he build on it?
关岛是一个距离菲律宾比较近的国家，是一个小岛国。
Currently in second place. Let's see if he can hold on to this second place lead. Unfortunately, he does not finish out the lift. That is a no lift.
关岛的人口不是很多，但是他们这一次同样来了很多选手参加比赛，说明他们那边的力量举氛围是相当的好。
Robert Tyson, the United States Financial Systems operator, is up now. Benching 182.5 kilos. That is 402 pounds, ladies and gentlemen.
来自夏威夷的选手 Robert Tyson，比起第二把的重量增加了5公斤，182.5公斤，大师一组的选手。
Lots of cheering for Robert out in the crowd. A lot of people came to South Korea to watch this man lift. Robert Tyson already has a 2.5 kilo PR on bench press, looking to add another 5 kilos to it. Unable to finish the rep. He will finish the day off with still a 2.5 kilo PR on the bench press. Next up, we have Shane Munker. The Bahamas lifter. If you remember, he failed his second attempt. We shall see if he made the necessary technical changes to smash the third attempt. He is retaking the weight of 407 pounds, 185 kilos.
现在坐在我旁边的是美国的全国深蹲纪录保持者 Braden
Gulch.
Gulch.
Yep, nice to meet you. Thank you.
Yes, me too. 好，试举失败。
Fortunately, he just did not have it in him. If we remember, he had quite the fight on squat. He's probably a little taxed out from that. And I think that's the reason why so many people fail the third bench. They know they can hit it, but they don't take into account how fatiguing the international travel with how exhausting a grind of a third attempt squat can really be.
May I ask how many hours flight from to here?
For me,
Yeah.
I came from Chicago in the United States. That was a 16-hour flight.
16 hours flight. Wow.
That's a lot of time.
2026, the USAPL Raw National will be hosting Chicago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. The 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals will be held in Chicago. Tai Yun Lee, 192.5 kilo bench, unfortunately is unable to finish the rep. And 2026 Equipped and Bench Nationals will be held in Appleton, Wisconsin as well. Registration for those two meets opens up January 1st, 2026.
好，现在我们来到 B 组的最后一把卧推试举。最后倒数第二把卧推试举。
Lots of cheering for Mark Lenhart, the Michigan resident, benching 212.5 kilos. That is 468 pounds. He is 5 for 5 on the day. There is an issue with the rack.
What happened?
I believe the weight wasn't loaded correctly. That was a misload. This is quite a mental battle to overcome. Let's see if the seasoned vet can overcome such a little mental mistake by the spotting crew. He's fighting it. He locks it out. The judges say,
大数组选手试举重量
It's a good
212公斤，并且试举成功。
2 white lights for the Jurassic Park headband wearer. Spotting and loading crew have been working very hard all weekend. Hundreds and thousands have been loaded, unloaded, spotted, and caught on that bar and on that platform, being led by the meet director himself, Dan Kim. Now, the final bench of Flight 2, Omar Marquez, benching 220 kilos again.
You know what? This competition we have over 330 lifters and one lifter 9 lifts. So there's thousands of attempts they have to spot.
Plus lifters times 9 lifts. Ladies and gentlemen, you do the math. That's almost 3,000 attempts.
Yeah.
And that failed lift, unfortunately, by Omar will bring the end of Flight 2, Bench 3. Now we start the final flight of bench attempts.
好，现在我们来到第3组的卧推试举，接下来会有陈焕选手出场代表中国。
Manga, if you remember, ladies and gentlemen, he unfortunately did not squat. Therefore, he technically bombed out of the meet, but he is still able to compete in the bench and the deadlift if he so wishes. And by the looks of it, he is deciding to continue a bench. These lifts will not count as records or placements, but they will count as a personal record for him personally. Opening up with 80 kilos. Fortunately, he is unable to finish that. He
开
opened
把
up.
试举失败，让我们看一下他的第二把爆把会是怎样。好，接下来我们来到
Very aggressive attempts from Christian. He's tried to open up 5 kilos over his all-time best. I understand the world stage has a lot of high intensity and adrenaline, but it's important to make sure you don't open up too high, ladies and gentlemen, for if you bomb out, you will not put up a total. Now, the Australian Robert Franklin, 125 kilos on the bar.
好，来自澳大利亚的 Robert Franklin，1989年生啊。刚才 Brandon 说，如果对于这个大赛来讲，我们的强度非常大，密度也非常大，对于选手的考验也是非常的大，所以在开把的时候，尽可能的保守一点。第一点，先有一个成绩，不然的话
Wow,
就
that
没有
is
总成绩。
fast.
非常快的 opener 啊。
3 white lights for the purple hair, purple belt wearing Australian.
好，来自香港的选手
The Hong Kong sports manager opening up at 125 kilos.
,140公吨开把，今年25岁。这个开把成绩已经超过了他的最好卧推成绩10公斤。
That move the Cowan opener should move with 3 white lights.
好，让我们来看一下回放。好，杠铃下降，起得很快。
Next up, Marcin Orlowski benching 130 kilos for an opener. ,130 kilos, 286 pounds.
130公斤的开把。
Ladies and gentlemen, that moved very quick. That moved very good.
试举成功。
And a good lift for the Korean native. Next up, Junok Kim. The South Korean fitness equipment.
Junok Kim 来自韩国，是一名健身器材商。
Opening up at 135 kilos, that's 297 pounds.
好，现在开把是135公斤，相信这一次他的试举他会非常轻松。之前的3次深蹲试举都是成功。值得注意的是，他之前的深蹲最好成绩是275公斤，卧推最好成绩是180公斤，硬拉最好成绩是270公斤。看来这次大赛他的状态不是很好，可能会带着伤上阵了。
Elvin D. Leon, currently in third place but by only 30 kilos. He and Robert Franklin have the same bench.
来自
That moved good.
也是一名教师。
3 white lights. Elvin D. Leon is making his way for the third place podium spot of the 140 kilo.
裁判给出300。下面是
Next up,
韩国的选手
Sung Taek Jung, 140 kilo, that's 308 pounds for the South Korean. I'm trying to find it too. Where is he? Right here.
Maybe
Right there.
right there. 好，无差别级选手，1989年生，他的卧推最好成绩是145公斤。
And Gina wants to take the time off.
目前无差别级选手的第一
What
名
a
是
lift.
陈焕，
308 pounds for the South Korean native. That is a good lift. Currently only holding a 5 kilo lead over Adonis Ponce, who is up now, benching 160 kilos. Ladies and gentlemen, the battle between silver and bronze between these two lifters will come down to the final pull on who can outpull who and who can walk away with the silver versus the bronze. 160 kilos.
Adonis Ponce 140加的无差别级选手，1997年生，是一名小学教师。值得注意的是，他的开把重量是低于他最好成绩5公斤的。看来今天他破 PR 势在必得。
That is fast. That is light, and he has a lot in that tank of his.
接下来来自中国的选手陈焕，杠铃重量180公斤。哦，陈焕杠铃重量200公斤。200 kilos on the bar. Very massive.
441 pounds. This is a lot of weight.
And he's representing People's Republic of China.
Will this be pronounced Chen Huan?
Yeah, Chen Huan.
Chen Huan, ladies and gentlemen. 200 kilos on that bar.
His nickname is Big Huan.
Big Juan.
Let's go!
Wow.
Wow.
Big Juan benches a big bench.
He's smoking, bro.
200 kilos. What a big bench. Ladies and gentlemen, he squatted 815 pounds before his 370 kilos. Then he turns around and benches 200 kilos. He's already at a 570 subtotal. And now we have the 140 kilo leader, Adrian Thomas, benching 205 kilos. That's 451 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. The United States lifter is looking to continue his monstrous 200 kilo lead over second place with a massive bench. We hear the cheers for Adrian out in the crowd.
OK, Adrian Thomas 来自美国的选手啊，02年的青年组选手。这次他是陈大焕最强劲的对手之一。
Wow!
他的最好的卧推
205
成绩是220公斤。
Making his way to be a world champion. Bench press is now on the board. Now we are back up to the top first, second attempts with Christian Lamanga. Still looking for that 5 kilo PR on bench press with 80 kilo opener of 176 pounds.
值得注意的是，这位选手的3次深蹲试举都是红灯，所以本次比赛他将没有总成绩啊，但是他仍然选择继续参赛，是值得鼓励的体育精神。
Getting some cheers from the crowd. Christian looking for a 5 kilo PR on that bench press. 5 kilos, that's 10 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. That's a lot of weight.
好，加油，打破自己的最好卧推成绩！加油，加油！
He's fighting it. Unfortunately, unable to lock it
杠铃
out.
下降了。
The technical dispatcher from Guam is trying his best, ladies and gentlemen. He's having a little bit of a rough day, but that is something that several people do not understand how difficult the international competitions are. As I was talking with Mark earlier, you are around people who don't speak the same language, around buildings and around companies that don't have the same spelling. You don't know where you are, you can't read anything, and you can't understand what people are telling you. That stress alone is enough to throw somebody off. These international competitions are no joke. Robert Franklin, the purple hair, purple belt Australian.
骑得非常轻松啊！让我们看一下裁判的判罚。
135 kilos, that's 297
试举
pounds.
成功。好，下面是来自韩国的选手
Marcin Orlowski.
Marcelin Orlowski 啊，1995年生，140公斤，他的卧推最好成绩是132.5啊，第二把将打破他自己的卧推最好成绩。
Clock is ticking. Wow, that is a fast descent on the bench.
当你
He
在上升的过程中好像有轻微
locks
下
it
降，
out.
让我们
Let's
看一
see
下
what the
裁判的
judges
判
say,
罚
though.
是
No lift for the Korean lifter. Blue card, meaning up and
downwards,
down
yeah.
motion, or soft lockout. Sheng, I believe, or
yes,
Feng,
up and down, yeah.
I agree. I saw a little up and down as well. But next we have the Hong Kong sports manager, benching 135 kilos.
How do you pronounce this?
I don't.
Zero.
When he opened up on squat, I refrained from saying his name in avoidance of insulting or defaming him.
Yeah.
So
of
I
course.
referred to him, a
Lang,
very strong
Lang.
man.
Yeah.
That is a good lift for the Hong Kong sports manager.
好，试举成功，下一位
Next up,
Kang
Junghook Kim,
Jung King， yeah.
140 kilos, 308 pounds on that bar.
来自韩国，是一名健身器材商。
For those who do not know, a bodyweight bench on the world scale is less than 1%, meaning less than 1% of the entire world can bench press their body weight. And here is a man from South Korea, the fitness equipment. He locks it out. What do the judges say? That's a good lift. He joins a very exclusive club of being able to bench his body weight. That is a strong man.
下一位是来自关岛的 Alvin De Lavon。
Alvin D. Leon looking to build his total and stay in that third place spot. 145 kilos, that's 320 pounds.
145公斤，啊，裁判给出口令，起得非常快。
Imagine your teacher growing up could bench 320 pounds that easily. The Guam teacher smashes it, going up once again for a 3 white light lift. Song Taek Jung taking 147.5 kilos. That's 325 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. The South Korean native taking 325 pounds on the bench press.
现在已经重量上超过了他个人最好深蹲记录、卧推记录2.5公斤。让我们看一下他能否打破自己的个人 PB。
He locks it out. The judges say that it is a
试
good
举成功，
lift.
恭喜！
Adonis Ponce is now up, ladies and gentlemen.
Adonis Ponce 来自关岛的选手，
The Guam Elementary School teacher.
小学教师，
Benching a massive 175 kilos. That's 385 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. We still have a very
Ten kilos
close
above
battle.
his personal record.
Very close battle between Adonis and Sung Taek Jung. Only 2.5 kilos separate them if he makes this lift. We shall see on how this battle continues out throughout the rest of the meet. But first, Adonis must hit this 385-pound bench press.
让我们看一下这一把他能否打破自己的个人 PB。
He's getting hyped up. There are some cheers from the crowd for the Guam school teacher.
哇，非常轻松，
That is easy. That is strong. And that is a good lift with 3 white lights. He is hyped up.
好，接下来来自中国选手陈焕，加油大焕！
Adonis Ponce with a good lift. And now the People's Republic of China lifter, Shen Huan. Big Juan benching 210 kilos. That's 462 pounds on that bar.
好，让我们看一下他的第2次试举。
That's a lot of weight.
Yep，
A lot of weight for a big man.
裁判给出口令，加油加油，慎重啊！可惜
Unfortunately, cannot finish it out. He will, I assume, retake that.
一样，210不变。
Now, the biggest bench of the second attempts, the United States lifter Adrian Thomas benching a big 468 pounds.
好，来自美国的 Adrian Thomas， 212.5公斤。
The fire alarm technician from the United States, 23 years old, one of the biggest benchers in the world on this stage.
他在美国的职业是安装消防报警器的。
Wow,
哇，
that
非常
is
轻松，
fast.
非常快。
3 white lights for the 23-year-old, and he is hyped. He's excited, and let's see what he submits for a 3rd attempt. Now, the final flight of benching is commencing. Starting off with Christian looking for the 5-kilo PR of 80 kilos.
好，下面来自关岛的 Christian， 他的第3把试举。估计长途的旅行让他的身体感到有些不适。
Invincible by Skillet is playing in the background
其实他
for
的
his
技术
3rd
还是
attempt.
看着非常不错的。好，裁判给出口令，加油，加油，加油，加油，加油，加油！啊，没有了。
Unfortunately, he is unable to snag the PR on bench press. Next up, we have Marcin Orlowski,
好，下一位是 Marcy Orlowski，
the South
代表
Korean.
韩国。他将重新试举第2次试举没有推起来的重量。
And right there, he's using his feet to get up on the bench more.
Yeah.
Something the IDFPA and the USAPL allow, but many other federations do not.
Yes。好，下得很快，起得很快。
Wow.
好，推起了第2把没有推起的重量。
That's a good lift. coming back after failing his second and smoking it on his third.
好，下一位是 Robert Franklin，
Robert Franklin trying to maintain his lead over the
代
South
表
Korean
澳
Jungho
大利
Kim.
亚。
He's trying to build and try to beat Alvin De Leon. We shall see on how much ground he can make up here.
这次比赛还是有很多来自 USPL Australia 的选手。
The 140 kilo Australian looking for an all-time PR.
让我们看一下他的，加油，伸肘！
It looks good. It looks good. The judges.
看裁判的判罚是
That's a good lift. Undeniable. 3 white light.
好，现在是来自中国香港的 Lane。
Now the Hong Kong teacher benching 140 kilos at 140 kilo body weight. Looking to join the exclusive club of benching your body weight. Less than 1% of the world can do this. He is looking to join that exclusive club.
加油！
He locks it out. What do the judges say? A good lift for the Hong Kong teacher. Junho Kim is now up.
来自韩国的选手。 140公斤。
145 kilos on that bar. 320 pounds. Fortunately, spotters grabbed it, thankfully. That'll be a no lift for the South Korean.
保
Next
护
up,
组介入的非常迅速啊，杠铃有轻微下降，他们都能够看得很清楚。你看，哎，下降了，马上就介入。
Sung Tae-jung benching 150 kilos
这
is up
非常
next.
考验保护组的经验。
330 pounds is on that bar.
如果卧推介入过早，会影响选手的试举成功率，但是介入过晚，会导致选手受伤，或者浪费体力。 非常高的桥。
Oh, he jumped the press command right there.
Yeah.
Oh,
没有停稳啊。
Unfortunately, that would be a no lift. We shall see on how Adonis Ponce does if he can make his third bench. First, we have Alvin De Leon.
Song Tae Chong 失败啊。下一位是 Alvin De Leon。
150 kilos, 330 pounds on the bar.
来自关岛的是一名老师，他之前的卧推个人 PB 是142.5公斤，将打
He
破
locks it out.
7.5公斤的。
That's a 5 kilo
恭喜
PR
打破
for
个
the
人纪录。
teacher from Guam.
300试举成功。下一位来自关岛的 Adonis Ponce， 无差别级选手，是一名小学教师。
Adonis Ponce taking 407 pounds. If you use imperial units in the gym, this is 4 big wheels on that bench. That's 407 pounds.
如果这次试举成功，他将创造20公斤的个人卧推 记录。
The elementary school teacher benching 407 pounds. This will be
加油加油！
unfortunately is unable to finish it.
好，接下来来自中国的选手陈焕，他将重新尝试第二把的重量210公斤，希望他这一把可以成功。
We have Chen Huan, Big Huan. Taking 210 kilos on the bar again. That's 462 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. Representing the People's Republic of China, Big Huan.
来，中国的观众，大家一起给陈焕加加油，弹幕走起来！加油，大焕！加油，有了！
Oh, we'll see what the judges say. That looked good. That's a good lift.
恭喜大焕！
3 white lights. Way to come back. Failing it on a second and smashing it on a third. Very strong lifter from China. And now we finish off this session's bench press with a phenom from America, Adrian Thomas, benching 220 kilos, 485 pounds. The fire alarm technician, Adrian Thomas.
这是来自美国的选手 Adrian Thomas， 青年组。 让我们看一下他的技术。
485 pounds, 220 kilos for the 23-year-old.
桥也起得很好啊，技术和实力并存。
He's
加油
fighting.
加油
He's fighting. He's locking it out.
啊，锁定了。
Let's see
让我
what
们
the
看一下
judges
陈
say.
裁判的判罚
A good
，300试举成功。
A good lift. Ladies and gentlemen, he is leading the field not
恭喜
just by
Andrew.
200 kilos, but by 210 kilos. He is leading second place by 210 kilos. What a phenom lifter on the world stage. We will be back in 10 minutes for deadlift. Thank you, and I
好，
will
谢
see
谢
you
大家。接下来我
later.
们将进行10分钟的换场休息。
This is the world's greatest powerlifting event. This is the world's greatest powerlifting event. This is the world's greatest event. This is the world's greatest powerlifting 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 event.
All right, here we go. We're back for deadlifts at the first International Drug-Free Powerlifting Association World Championship. we're starting this session off with Alina Kim, who just deadlifted an easy 120 kilograms for her opening deadlift. 3 weight lights. Judges are happy with the lift. Always good to make your opening deadlifts. If you have a valid squat and a bench, that means that you now have a valid total and will be eligible for placing awards and any records that you've set. So I'm sure it's always a relief for all of our athletes once they make that opening deadlift and solidify their total. Next up, we have Janine Cascada. And so she set a record earlier on the bench press. She set a world record of the bench press. And so she will be looking to solidify that world record by putting a valid total on the board, which she will do once she makes this opening deadlift of 127.5 kilos. It's a little slow. But it's a good lift, so she now has a valid total and her world record will stand. So outstanding work from Janine. We're going to see a sumo deadlift stance now. Standing with a wider stance, legs outside where the hands are. A little bit of slow lift for Jacqueline there, but she makes the lift. And as always, you'll see some individual variances. Some lifters appear to be lifting more slowly, but they have plenty of room left in the tank. So hopefully we'll see more big lifts from her and for all the other lifters as we move through this flight. All right, we have a good lift there. Nice work with 137.5 kilos from Holly Scott. We now are coming up to Diane. Diane Nelson from the United States, a Masters 2 lifter in her 50s. All right, a pretty solid lift for her. They're going to give her 3 white lights for that lift. No technical issues there. We're going to be next coming up on RG Alunde. We're looking at 140 kilos for her. This is just 10 kilos under her personal best. And it looks pretty smooth there, so hopefully we'll see plenty of room for her to add to that in subsequent attempts and come away with a new competitional personal best. Next up, we load the bar for Amanda Caldito. There's a little bit of work to lock that out, but still reasonable. I would see a little bit of turbulence right in those thighs, but nevertheless, not too much of an issue. There's never a serious doubt about that lift. Anna. solid work with 150 kilos. Sorry, we had Jachi up there. Okay, now we're looking at Amanda Dahl. Excuse me, we're having a little bit of issues with the LiftingCast, getting things out of order. Amanda with a very solid opener, and she is looking to place very well in this meet. It will be a fight. You know, Mia has an edge, but Amanda nonetheless has some very large lifts, including a record, a world record on the bench press. And with a valid deadlift giving her a total, that record will stand. So Amanda has done some great work. Our forecast leader, Mia Kane, is coming out. With the successful deadlift, that will give her a very large lead. It's going to be very hard to touch her in first place, so she's got to be very happy to secure a massive total as she looks to become a world champion here in Seoul. Okay, now we have Anna. Anna's looking to pull 182 kilos just on her opener. This research scientist opened with 10 kilos below her personal best. And it'll be a good lift as we load the bar with 190 kilograms. So now we have Chanel Perry coming out for 190 kilos. She is the forecast leader for the Women's Raw Open 100 kilo weight class. So in order to keep that lead, of course, she needs to have a valid total. So she's looking to have a convincing opener to put her in the forefront. Looks pretty solid. What are they going to say? It's a good lift. It is a 2-1 decision. But 2-1, the lift still stands. So she is in the lead and has a valid total, but she's only 7.5 kilos ahead of her nearest competitor. So this will be a tough fight, and it will come down to those final deadlifts. Rachel Stark, her close competitor, 7.5 kilos behind with a huge deadlift. You can never underestimate these big deadlifters. They can pull miracles, and they have the last word. With Rachel being a heavier deadlifter, she will know exactly what she needs if she wants to try some 9th lift heroics to become a world champion. Wait. Okay, excuse me. We're now coming out with Chanel with 205 kilos. Yeah, okay. We have a discrepancy between what the scoreboards are showing in the audience and between what LiftingCast is showing. We're going to go back and start the second attempts. That was 130 kilos on the bar. That was Alina Kim.
You got the biggest man in the world sitting right here. He's waiting for you.
How you doing?
Good, good.
Do you need anything?
No, I'm good, thanks. One of our competitors in the afternoon, Suzette Bradley, coming over, saying hi. Suzette's a good friend of mine. Look forward to seeing her lift later. But first, we're moving 137.5 kilos. Sumo deadlift. Slow but steady, just like the opener actually. So again, she knows how she lifts and she's moving the weight quite comfortably. All right, we have Jacqueline Todd. Moving on, we have Janine Cascaden, who set a world record bench press for the women's Masters 3 division for women 100 kilos in their 60s. She's already made that an official record as her opening deadlift gave her a valid total. She's looking to add to this total now. Good fight in that deadlift. Just adding to that total. Trying to get the 700 pounds in the imperial measurement system that she'd be used to in America. Now we have Diane. 145 kilos on the bar for Diane. Oh, there was some work to lock that out of the top. But seeing no technical issues. We're next loading 147.5 kilos on this bar. We have Holly Scott coming up, a registered nurse by day. And also looking to become a world champion for the women's Masters 2 super heavyweight division on the side. Looking poised to add another 10 kilos to her total with that pull there. We're getting the bar ready for RG here. Our lifter from Guam, 100 kilos lifters, weight class. And we have 150 kilos on the bar for her on her second attempt deadlift. Taking the time to really wedge her feet into her setup there. It's a long way up for that bar to go. It has long legs, and that doesn't stop her from making a really big pull. Plenty of range of motion there. With that and her conventional deadlift stance, her narrower stance. Strong lift. All right, we have Jachi Hall No, she is coming up. But first we have Amanda Caldito. Amanda's pulling 152.5 kilos. That is a good lift, 2-1. Now, a blue card on the deadlift, which is the color card that the referee gave her, could mean a couple things. One of the most common is what's known as supporting the bar in the thighs is a technical term. Sometimes people will call it hitching, ramping, or shelving, but it's when you actively use the thighs to kind of actively push the weight up. But 2 of the lift 3 referees gave her the lift, so it's a good lift. So we move on now to Jachi. He's now pulling 160 kilograms. And it's a 3 white light lift. There are absolutely no technical issues there. She's forecasted a bronze medal finish, so she wants to add as many kilos as possible to her total. All right, we have Jacqueline Gregory coming up. Masters 1 lifter in the 40s. That's her age division. She already lifted 170 kilos, and she's now trying to lift 180 kilos to add on to that, as she looks to secure a silver medalist position, as her current forecasted position is. And as always on these deadlifts, you can see a lot of fighting for placing. This is the last lift of the competition, so this rounds out their total. So you'll see some lifters, especially on the last round of deadlifts, who will put some very heroic amount of weight on the bar as they try to secure themselves the placing that they want in the meet. Or sometimes you'll see some lifters who will take very small jumps because they're taking the minimum they think they need to do to safely secure the placing they want in the meet. It'll get very strategic here. And we have Amanda moving her 187.5 kilos very nicely. So we have Anna coming up. Nice fight here she's got. Very, very good lift for her with 187.5 kilos. The judges like what they see. She is forecasted to place first in this weight class, so she's going to want a solid third pull in order to finish that off. We're getting the bar ready for Rachel, who's also in a close battle for first place in her weight class. She's loading up 202.5 kilos on the bar. And they're just checking to make sure that the bar is ready. They need to clean off the bar a little bit extra. Sometimes on deadlifts, you need to do this, right, in case blood or other bodily fluids get on the bar. You need to make sure that the bar is sufficiently cleaned. If there is urine on the platform, you also need to clean the platform. I see them stamping some chalk into the platform. So they're just making sure that the platform is nice and ready for the next lift. This is all a very normal part of powerlifting. Happens to every meet, and the meet staff is very well equipped to handle it. So all the competitors are used to this too. We have Rachel Stark coming out for her 202.5 kilo deadlift, and this is a very important lift because when she makes this lift, that moves her for the time being from second place into first place. Now, of course, the competition is not over, and her competitors will be coming out to respond. But That is a very significant lift for her, as it puts the pressure on the other women that she is fighting for that world title with. Chanel is coming out. Hotly contested in this race for the top of the women's Raw Open 100 kilo weight class. She's currently in second place after Rachel's last deadlift, but if she makes this, she's forecasted to jump back into first place. Looks like a clean lift. So I think we're going to see this lead tossed back and forth. I think she's going to reclaim it. She reclaims it. The judges give her 3 white lights. We have Mia Kane coming out for 210 kilos. There's some work there. Will the judges give it to her, or will they think she needed to lock it out a little bit more? Yes, one judge gave her a blue card. I think that they thought that there may have been a little bit of supporting on the thighs, while the other 2 judges thought that, well, the bar, obviously the bar can make contact with the thighs. But there's some discretion on whether that contact is actual aid that is being provided to the lift. And only one of the judges thought that was the case. The other 2 judges thought that that was a reasonable level of contact. So her lifts will stand and will go toward the massive total that she is building here. We've started again, and Alina was going for her 3rd attempt deadlift with 135 kilos. It was just a little bit too much for her. And these are the 3rd deadlifts. This is the last lift of the day. The lifters have had 8 heavy lifts behind them. It's tiring. So sometimes, you know, gravity finally wins. But she still had a great day here in Seoul. We have Jacqueline coming up next. Jacqueline, as a 100-plus kilo lifter in her 60s, finishing with a 137.5 kilo deadlift. We have Eye of the Tiger back playing on the speakers as we have Janine, another 60s, woman in her 60s in the Masters 3 age division, 100-plus kilo weight class. She's looking to deadlift 145 kilos, 319 pounds. This will be a great finish to her day, along with a world record bench press, if she can pull it off. Gonna be a fight, but it's not gonna make it past her knees, and it'd be like that. She's already did what she needs. She'll be walking home with a world record and a 1st place finish, so hard to argue with being a world champion and a world record holder. Great work to Janine. Next up, we're gonna have RG. With 152.5 kilos loaded onto this bar. The crowd's chanting for her. They're yelling her name. We got RG fans in the crowd. Three white lights. Convincing end to her day. Well done, RG. She missed her 2nd deadlift attempt, but she added 2.5 kilos and got it. So outstanding work on her part. We have Holly Scott coming out next. Holly's last deadlift, 157.5 kilos. Oh, that grimace. She's fighting. She's fighting. Those legs are quivering, so there will be some question as to whether her thighs are supporting the lift. And they all gave her blue cards, which probably means that they thought that she was supporting the bar with those thighs. And with the way that her legs quiver, her knees kind of buckle and unbuckle, that often means that the knees are helping to push the thighs under the bar, actively supporting the weight up. So I think a fair decision, but nonetheless, she should be very proud of that fight. A monstrous effort to lock out a large amount of weight. We have Amanda coming out with 160 kilos. She has forecasted a third place finish. Unfortunately, she can't get the bar past her knees, but she still is in third place based on that total. So, a nice finish for her. Shakes the referee's hand as she walks off, a nice sporting gesture. Diane Nelson, 165 kilos loaded up. So this will be a 2.5 kilo personal best if she can pull it out. And she is already in first place even without that pull. So she was just trying for personal record. It wasn't quite there in the day, but a great effort and still a great day of lifting for her, as she is poised to walk home with a gold medal in the women's Raw Masters 2 age division. We have Jachi Hall coming out here. Ooh, it got stuck a little bit at the top. It moved very quickly off the floor, but it was a fight for her at lockout. We're going to see what they say. Unfortunately, the judges are going to give her that blue card. There may have been up and down and or some supporting the bar in the thighs. Yeah, you'll often notice with the conventional deadlift, which is that narrower stance, that the bar can be more powerful off the floor as you just stand in a more position that allows you to generate more force. But then the lockout can be harder, whereas a sumo deadlift is often a little bit harder off the floor as the lifter stands wider, but it's often easier at lockout. So neither style of deadlifting is intrinsically better or worse, harder or easier. It depends on the individual lifter and the trade-offs that they are best suited to make. So she moved it quickly off the floor, and then at lockout is hard. And we have Anna fighting hard for this at lockout as well, also with a conventional deadlift stance. She is able to lock it out. They give her 3 white lights for this, a technically sound lift. She's coming away with a very nice finish to her day. They're taking just a little bit of time to make sure that the platform is all cleaned up. The bar and the platform, they need to put chalk on them and sanitize them to make sure that they are all ready for the next lifters. But that was an amazing fight we had to lock out that deadlift. Thanks to the meet staff and the platform crew, our spotters and loaders, for doing a lot of work to keep this meet running quickly and to make sure the lifters are able to lift safely and in a hygienic, professional environment. They've been doing a great job all session, spotting as well in the bench press and the squat. So they've had a long week too. We've had several days of lifting here in Seoul already. It's now the last day. So I'm sure they're tired, but they're nonetheless continuing to deliver a great level of service in this meet. So all right, we are back now. We have Jacqueline Gregory coming out to lift 190 kilos on this bar. This is 7.5 kilos above her personal best deadlift, so hitting this will feel really good for her. She's forecasted in second, which is her current position, so she's not pulling for positioning, just trying to see if she can pull a nice PR. It doesn't quite make it past her knees, often the sticking point on a conventional deadlift. But that's okay. Still a nice day of deadlifting for her. And even without this, she was already slotted to be in second place. So a silver medal is still a great finish. We have a 200 kilo deadlift on the deck for Jacqueline. That moved quite quickly off the floor. Let's see what the judges think about that lockout. They gave her 3 white lights. $200 kilos, that gives her a great milestone number, as well as giving her a 2.5 kilo personal best. So a great way to end her day of lifting here in South Korea. We have some of the big leaders of these weight classes. They're putting up some big, heavy deadlifts as they are trying to pull for positioning. So we have a 215 kilo deadlift attempt from Mia Kane. It's a fight at lockout. Let's see what they say. Unfortunately, it's ruled a no lift 2-1. Now, one lift referee gave her a blue card, which is often means up or down or supporting on the thighs, while one gave her a red card, which means that they didn't think the lift was quite locked out. So, and then one judge did think that the lift was valid. So an interesting decision. Unfortunately, a great fight. All right, now here we have Rachel coming out here. Also with the same weight, 215 kilos. It's slow moving up the floor and it's not going to quite make it past her knees. But a great day of lifting for her. So she will take second place at this point. She was not able to reclaim the lead without making that deadlift. But still, second place in a close battle is something that she should be very proud of. You can follow her on Instagram at rachel.stark.strong. So to conclude this flight of lifting, we have Chanel Perry. And this is a big lift for her because it is not only her last deadlift, but it will also give her a first place finish if she makes it. Now I believe that she has that first place finish locked up after Rachel was unable to make that. But as her victory lap, we will see if she can pull 215 kilograms. 473 pounds in imperial units. The crowd is giving her their support. Let's see what she's got. It was a struggle at the knees. Let's see what the judges say. She does lock it out. Unfortunately, the judges give it a no lift. One gives her a yellow card for a miscellaneous infraction, and one gives her a blue card, perhaps because they thought that when it bobbled at the knees that there was some up and down motion and or support from the thighs. I see a conversation happening over the jury table. Now, of course, it doesn't matter for the placing as she already has her gold medal position locked up, but why not try to get the biggest lift that you can credited to your total? We're going to go on to the next flight of lifters. We're starting off with Mark. Mark is a lifter in his 70s. Mark Branham, Masters 4 lifter, retired optical physicist, now trying to see what type of big lifts he can hit in his free time. We're just getting the platform cleaned up before we start this new flight of lifters. And now the bar is loaded for Mark as we kick off Flight B. He has 125 kilos, 275 pounds. Hefty amount of weight when you're in your 70s. A good lift for him. Now he has a sumo deadlift stance where he's standing with his legs outside where his hands are gripping the bar, but not by a lot. Some people informally call this a frog deadlift stance because your legs look a little bit like a frog waiting to jump. And for some people, they like that as a balance of the power of the conventional deadlift while giving you a little bit of the benefits of a sumo deadlift, so it can be a happy medium for some lifters. He also wore knee sleeves, which you are allowed to do on a deadlift. Most people don't, but some people also find that the extra knee support is comfortable for them on the deadlifts too. We have Gregory coming out now. Gregor, excuse me. He's coming out with 200 kilos to open his deadlift session. Solid work from Gregor to start off. The bar is being low for Tayoon with 230 kilograms on the bar. And know that his best deadlift is 225 kilograms. So he's already looking to open with 5 kilos above his nominated personal best. So a very big lift for him if he can pull it off. Let's see what he's got here. A gym owner from our host nation, Tayoon, moves that very well. And the judges think so too. Good lift for him. 240 kilograms being loaded on the bar. We have Brendan, our security guard, coming out with his 240 kilogram pole. Moves pretty quickly. 3 white lights, good lift. We have Julian coming out now. A smooth lift too. 250 kilograms coming up next for Shane Munkur. Shane is in a quite tough battle for placing here. So these deadlifts are really going to count for him. Let's see what he's got here. That looks like a very reasonable lift. That takes him from 7th place all the way to 4th place. On forecasted total, so we will see how these last 2 deadlifts treat him. Songnan coming out now. 250 kilos loaded for him. Light work made of that lift for Songnan. Robert Tyson coming out now. Let's see what Robert has got. He's called for 255 kilos on this bar. Very smooth opener for him. No technical issues there. I think he's got a lot left in the tank. And probably an easy opener. His personal best is 25 kilos above that, so he knows he's got plenty of room. He's just choosing to conserve his energy with some big jumps, I'm sure. We have Jamari coming out now. 260 kilos loaded on the bar. Explosive lift for him. That's just 10 kilos under his personal best, and it certainly looks like he's capable of lifting considerably more than 10 additional kilos. So I'm sure he should be looking forward to what he gets to put on the bar for his future attempts. We're getting the bar ready for Jordan Pryor from Australia. We saw some big squats out of him. And if he gets this lift, this will move him into 2nd place in this hotly contested 125 kilo men's weight division. Excuse me, with a little bit of a change, it will move him into 3rd place. But that means that with these changes, the competition is surely quite fierce. I saw a little bit of difficulty, I think, locking that out, but it didn't look like he had any serious danger of missing that lift. One judge did think that there was a little bit of issue with that lockout. They gave him a blue card for it, but he has a valid total now, and I think that there is room in the tank, especially with these sumo deadlifts. That can be a technical lift. So I see that less as a strength issue and probably just as a technique tweak that he can make. In fact, sometimes people will bobble their openers if they're too light, and that can lead to the lockout being a little less stable. So maybe his later lifts will get even smoother, who knows. We have Mark Leonard now coming out. Mark is a lifter I know very well from Michigan. He's a very seasoned competitor on the national stage in the United States and making a very solid debut on the international stage here. Solid work with his 275 kilo opener. That's 5 red plates. That's a lot of red plates for Mark. We have 297.5 kilos for Samuel. Explosive off the floor and never lets up. The judges are going to give that 3 white lights, a very strong opener for Samuel. $325, we're already to 6 red plates for Omar's opener. This will end our round of openers in this flight before we go back to start our second attempts. Double overhand hook grip. Some lifters find it easier to use their thumbs to wedge that weight into place. Some people will find that puts too much painful pressure on their thumbs, like me. I could never, but I respect being able to pull that weight with any grip, let alone the hook grip it. Thumbs of steel for Omar, who will start off very solidly, as we are now turning our attention to the second attempts. They're putting 130 kilos on the bar for Mark Branham. He's setting up his narrow sumo, aka frog stance. And it moves. We're waiting for the judge's decision. They're going to give it 3 white lights. Mark is looking to end strong as he finishes up his time on the platform today. But he's got one more attempt, so let's see what he's got for that after we finish these second attempts. We're getting ready for Grigor now. Representing Hong Kong, he has 217.5 kilos on the bar. No, 220 kilos, excuse me. His fans are yelling for him in the crowd. Let's see what he's got. Okay, it's a little bit too heavy for him. He does have one chance if he wants to try to retake it, if there's a technical change he can make. And if not, he already has a valid attempt on the board, so he has the total, will be eligible to put up a total and would be eligible for any awards they're placing. It was a big 20-kilo jump from his opener. He swung big, and sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes it's there. And every now and then, gravity's just a little bit too much. We'll continue on. We have 250 kilos loaded on the bar as Taeyoon comes out. Representing our home country of South Korea. He's a gym owner here. All right. Looks like a nice pull for him. 3 white lights. Shane Munkur coming out. 260 kilos on the bar being loaded for him. This forecasts him to be in 4th place. His best deadlift was 250 kilos. He did that as opener, so now he's looking, whatever he can do here will be a personal best. No real slowdown that I saw there, so as long as the judges see a technical issue, which they do not, then he gets 3 white lights, and that is indeed a good lift. We have Brendan coming out now. Same weight, 260 kilos. It's a struggle for him to lock that weight out. Let's see what the judges say. They give him the down command. 3 white lights, a good lift for Brendan. We have Julian coming out now. Same weight. And also a good lift for Julian. We have Robert Tyson coming out for 270 kilos. Let's see what the judges say about that lift. Unfortunately, it's a no lift 2-1. He got 2 red cards, so 2 of the judges did not think that he had quite locked out that lift. We have Sungnan representing China coming out to also attempt the same weight. 270 kilos. The judges are going to give Sungnan 3 white lights. We have a 277 kilo attempt being loaded up now for Jamari. Another red plate getting loaded onto the bar. Jamari is already in second place by his current total, but he wants to add to those. A nice lift for him, 3 white lights. $280 kilos on the bar now. We have that loaded for Jordan Pryor from Australia. Now Jordan has used a fair amount of time. He only had 20 seconds left out of the 60 seconds he had to complete the lift, or to be allowed to start the lift. But he gets the lift started in plenty of time. Unfortunately, it's going to be a no lift. All 3 of the judges give him blue cards. So while he locked it out, there were some issues along the way, and you can sort of see again some bobbling of his knees as he just struggled to move that in one fluid motion without support from the thighs. Mark Leonard coming up. He has 297 kilos loaded on the bar. Which this is a massive 22.5 kilos over his opener, which was also his current best. His best deadlift is 307.5 kilos. Let's see if he goes on to try to chip that. His first goal will certainly be to make sure that he has his forecasted first place total in the bag. But that gives him an 800 kilo total. $312.5 kilos on the bar now for Samuel. Good lift for Samuel. Masters 1 lifter in the 140 kilo weight class and standing to win that weight class. We have Omar, our heaviest deadlifter of the flight. He's coming out for 355 kilos, it would seem. A 30 kilo jump from his opener, just adding an extra yellow plate on there like it's no big deal. Let's see how he moves this. Two to one, that is a good lift. The head judge gave him a blue card, but the lift still stands, failing any challenges to that from other competitors. He was already in first place, so with that extra 30 kilos, he's going to be tough to touch. That massive deadlift of his is an advantage, not only in adding kilos to his total, but also means that he gets to pull last. So he can see what his competitors pull, and if any of them do manage to challenge his lead, he can load up exactly what he needs to regain the lead. That's why it can be a big advantage to have a heavy deadlift, because when the third attempt deadlift comes, those decide your total, so you know exactly how much you need to get the placing you want if your deadlift is heavier than your competitors. You can see how their lifts go, and you can actually change your third deadlift if you want, right up until they tell you that the bar is loaded for you. You can change your deadlift up or down so that to maximize your competitive advantage. The judges are going to give Mark Branham 3 white lights for his final deadlift. He goes 3 for 3 on deadlifts. That must be a nice way to end your day of lifting at the World Championships. Okay, Omar's going to come out. He took an ambitious 20 kilo jump. Excuse me, Gregor. Interestingly, Gregor failed his second attempt, but he is loading an extra 10 kilos on the bar. So he's very confident that those issues are not only fixable, but that with fixing, he was capable of even more than he had last time. I'm very interested to see how this lift plays out. His personal best nominated deadlift is 225 kilos, so I think he's trying for the PR. It just isn't quite getting that far off the floor today, but it had to be tried. $252 and a half kilos being loaded. There was a misload. They put 252.5 kilos on the bar, not 262. Thankfully, that was caught before Tiger came out to the platform and took his lift, so there's still plenty of time to fix it. No big deal. We have the correct weight on the bar, so now we're ready to have Tiger lift 262.5 kilos. You know, these third deadlifts, again, it can get heavy, so had to be tried. We have Brendan coming out, Brendan Coombs. 272.5 kilos. He's trying for that 600-pound deadlift in imperial units. It's from the United Kingdom, where that system of measurement was invented. Just a little bit too heavy. That is a lot of weight, and it just wasn't quite there after the end of a long day of lifting. We're putting on 280 kilos for Shane. Let's see how Shane handles 280 kilos. Just a little bit too heavy for him today. He still finished with a 700 kilo total. Let's see how Robert Tyson moves this. $280 kilos, moving well. Are they gonna say the knees were locked? A red light from the center ref. I think I could see what they were saying. Those knees looked a little bit soft to me, but 2 of the 3 judges thought that they were sufficiently locked, so that lift, failing any challenge from the jury, will stand. And Robert had missed his second attempt and had gone up 10 kilos, so a gutsy decision that seems to have paid off for him. We have Jordan Pryor from Australia. I know Jordan's got fans in the crowd. They want to see him come back and hit a big deadlift here. It's a fight. Okay, no lift for him. They didn't quite like the lockout, and it looks like I could see him grimacing. I hope he's okay. At the end of a long day of lifting, he put up some very big lifts, especially on that squat. Sometimes after a big squat, it can be hard to have enough juice for those deadlifts too. They both use similar muscles, so still a good day of lifting. Not quite there either for Julian. 285 kilos being loaded onto this bar now. Jomari Marzan. You can hear his coach and the audience members yelling for him. He's got his supporters in the crowd too. Explosive off the floor. Powers through to lockout. Unfortunately, it's a no lift. You can hear the crowd's disappointment, but 2 of the 3 judges thought it wasn't suitably locked out, which I can see. The shoulders need to be back. I see a conversation happening at the jury table, and the juries are conferring, so the jury can overturn it. There still is a chance. One judge did think it was a good lift. I see the decision being communicated to his coach. Meanwhile, we have 290 kilos being attempted. Songnan, 290 kilos, just a little bit too heavy on the day. Yeah, so I see no change from the jury. I think that they uphold the platform referee's decision on that previous lift that it was not quite locked out. $315 kilos on the bar being loaded for Mark Leonard, our USA, Michigan-based veteran to the sport. He's put together some big PRs already, and this would be a 7.5 kilo competition personal best for him. It's a little bit too much on the day, but had to be tried. He's already in first place for his weight class and age division. So why not try to add to that? Why not try to come away with a personal best for the individual lift? He already still has a milestone 800 kilo total, so he's got to be very happy with this day of lifting. We have Samuel coming out next. 2 more deadlifts in this flight. One is from Samuel, who is lifting 317.5 kilos. In American units, this is almost exactly 700 pounds. Looks like it moves smoothly to him. I can see his coach jumping up and down in celebration. His platform celebration. He's happy to come away with that lift, and who wouldn't be? One last deadlift. We have 372.5 kilograms being loaded for Omar. 17.5 kilo jump from his second attempt. He already has first place locked up. This is a victory lap. This will tie his all-time best. So why not see if it's there on the world stage? For those listeners at home who are used to listening to weights in American units, this is over 800 pounds as well. It's just a little bit too heavy there. He's done it before, but sometimes when you have to fly across the world and put in all the work to fight for a world championship, it can be a little bit too much after all that. But nonetheless, he put up some huge lifting and will come away with a well-deserved World Championship title. We have one more flight of lifters in this session, so we're just getting the bar set up for them. Okay, no, I just put the light on the camera.
Sometimes we turn it on and off.
Okay.
You're still on mic.
Okay. All right, then in that case, we are still here. Just checking the, the technical setup, but we are still here. Christian had some difficulties on the other lifts, possibly due to travel or injury. His first time on the world stage, perhaps, but he's coming back with a nice deadlift. So let's start off with some good openers for this final flight of deadlifters in the morning session. Robert Franklin coming out now. With his bold purple hair and belt. Solid lift for him as well to start off with 220 kilograms. We have Jun Yuk coming up now, representing our host nation of South Korea. He has 225 kilos loaded on this bar. Let's see how this moves for his opening attempt. Smooth opener. Judges give it 3 white lights. $230 kilos being loaded here. Marcin Orlowski. Smooth 230 kilo pull, 3 white lights for him. We have our Guam contingent coming out now. Adonis, our gaggle of Guamians. Not sure what the term for a resident of Guam is, but he is from Guam. Looking to pull 237.5 kilos for his opener. Looks very smooth. I can't see the judges having issues with that. We're just waiting for their official decision. Three white lights. We have a little bit of lag, but there we go. Good lift, and I'm sure that he has plenty left in the tank for his future attempts. Just like you want an opener to be, there should be no doubt that you can go on to lift heavier second and third attempts. We have Elvin De Leon coming out. Same weight. That looked very fast. A lot left in the tank there. Judges see absolutely no issue with that whatsoever. $250 kilos being loaded on the bar. Again, our whole nation has strong lifters representing it. Let's see how this lift moves. With a very little bit of difficulty with the lockout, but not a considerable amount. I think that there will be plenty more room in the tank for him there. 3 white lights, good lift. They're putting on another red plate, 275 kilos on this opening attempt now for Juan Chen. Juan had a huge squat. We saw that earlier. We know the man is very strong. This will take him from second place to first place should he pull it off. Or from third place after the last attempt was put in. No issues there. This should put him back into first place on forecasted totals. But of course, people are still putting in their attempts as people finish off even their first attempts. That will change placing for all the lifters in this flight. $275 kilos on the bar. Also, a solid lift, a little bit slow, but no real issue there. There was never the slightest doubt that he would be unable to complete the lift. So let's see what he's got for his remaining lifts. Good lift on that opener for Lamb. Adrian Thomas opening with 280 kilos. Who else but Big Age, as his Instagram handle says. We've seen some big lifts out of him. The other two, what do we got now? Big lift for Adrian, Big Age with a big deadlift. That was 330 kilos. I can't even count the red plates once again. He had a sixth red plate on there for his opener. Very, very strong lift for Adrian. We're going to go on to our second attempts now for Christian. Christian's going to 190 kilos for his opener. Let's hope he can stack some solid attempts on the deadlift. Okay, just got a little bit away from him. I think it's a came to the floor and just maybe was thrown too far in a position to complete the lift. That's okay. They're calling him the Aussie Viking. You may remember his distinctive purple hair and purple belt. Robert Franklin coming out now. They've loaded 240 kilos on the bar, and now the platform is ready for the Aussie Viking. War cry from our Aussie Viking. 3 white lights. We have Junyuk from South Korea, our host nation, also attempting 240 kilos. A solid lift for him. Judges see no technical issues there. We have Marcin Orlowski. Marcin. Making smooth work out of that. There was one red light given to him with a blue card, so perhaps there was some question about how he got it to lockout. So red is basically the lockout. If you see a red light underneath the red circles, which are white or red, indicating the final decision, they have the color cards, which are red, blue, or yellow. On deadlift, a red card basically means the lockout was at fault, and a blue card basically means how they got it to lockout was at fault. They used their thighs, they had up and down. And a red card means like, oh, their knees were soft, right? Their shoulders weren't far enough back. So that's how I like to think of it. And then the yellow card would be like if they didn't follow the commands, if they dropped the bar rather than controlling it to the ground, and if they moved their feet before the lift was completed somehow. Technical issues like that. Meanwhile, though, we have a good lift to 257.5 kilos for Adonis. From the audience, there's cries for him to send it, so let's see what happens on that third deadlift. Seong Taek Kyung. Now his best deadlift was 250 kilos, and here he is loading up 265. So he's already eyeing 15 kilos over his previous nominated personal best deadlift. He launches very low, almost into a squat before he starts the pull. Unfortunately, just slipped out of his hands at lockout. I think they were just about to tell him to lock it out, but unfortunately you have to control the weight back down to the ground, and I think he just couldn't hang on to it quite long enough. So it's going to be a no lift for him. Yeah, as the head judge wanted to see it a little bit more locked out, and as they were waiting for him to lock it out, his grip just couldn't handle it anymore. But that can be fixed. A little more chalk maybe a little bit better positioning, and he has another crack at that. 270 kilos. For Elvin. Good lift. Xerox Sekwin Lam. He's loading up 292.5 kilos, it would seem. Second deadlift. Let's see what he's got here. For the Hong Kong athlete. This was 7.5 kilos above his nominated personal best deadlift. So let's see if he can set a PR on his second, and let's also see if he can leave himself enough room to add to it on his third. It was some work coming off the ground, but it looked pretty solid. 3 white lights, good lift, PR secured. and potentially room to add to it on a third. $295 kilos being loaded onto the bar for Juan Chen. Juan is currently in first place, thanks in no small part to that massive squat of his. But he's looking to add to that here. With 5 kilos moving like that, I see no reason why the judges won't give him those 20 extra kilos to his total. Well, one judge does give him a red light with a red card, so one judge thought he needed to lock it out a little bit more, but still a good lift. Adrian Thomas coming out here now. Adrian has 340 kilos loaded on this bar. 7.5 kilos above his nominated personal best deadlift. Just on his second attempt, he's already put together a huge day with many personal bests as well as a first place total finished. So let's just see what he's got for his deadlift. Oh, it got stuck. I don't think he was quite able to lock it out. It flew off the floor, but then it just got stuck on his thighs and he couldn't lock it out. Let's see if he can fix that on a redo on his third attempt. But he's already gotten the first place total secured by a large margin, so job is already done. He has the total secured. Just trying to see if he can set any new personal best for himself, I think. Christian's coming out trying to retake 190 kilos. It got away a little bit from him on his second attempt. But with the sumo deadlift, what he uses especially, sometimes the positioning, if it gets thrown even a little bit out of position, you fail lift. But if you can correct that, then what was a fail lift can just fly up. So let's see what he's got. Yeah, he much better positioning this time. I don't know if he's going to quite finish it, but it was... Okay, he does get the down command, so let's see what they'd say. 2 white lights, they're going to give it to him. So yeah, I think it was just a misgroove that first time, and he was able to get a successful lift this time. He's going around to shake the hands of all the referees. This is a very sporting gesture to do. $245 kilos on the bar for Marcin Orlowski. Also representing our home host country of South Korea. Looks like a smooth effort. Now, does he hang on to it all the way to the floor? Yes, the head referee gives him a red light with a yellow card, and I think I saw the same thing. It looks like that he let go of the bar a little bit prematurely. You don't have to baby the weight back down to the ground, but you do have to hang on to the bar, make sure that it reaches the ground under control, and I think that one referee thought he didn't quite do that. But 2 white lights is a good lift, so he'll finish that day with a successful lift. We have our Aussie Viking, Robert Franklin. His signature purple hair. He's coming back out and he's trying to see if he can come away with 255 kilos to end his day in South Korea. It just wasn't quite there. I think he's a little bit dizzy as he walks off the platform a bit gingerly. Heavy lifting can do that to you. Let's see how this lift is judged. It did move smoothly enough, but I can see some issues with that lockout. So yeah, unfortunately 2 of the 3 judges rule the lockout no lift. So he's not gonna walk away with those 255 kilos. I think you can see his knee might have not been quite locked. $275 kilos being put on this bar. Adonis Ponce trying to come out, pull these 5 red plates. He's in second place, and this isn't going to change his forecasted total, but it will still be really nice for him to come away with it. It's getting stuck in his knees, and unfortunately he won't complete the lift, but that's okay. He already has a silver medal waiting for him. So still a good day of lifting for him. We have 4 more lifters left, and then we will be done with lifting for the morning session of the IDFPA World Championships here in Seoul. Seung-tak, he failed 265 kilos on his second deadlift, yet he has chosen to add 10 kilos to it. So I think he thinks that was a correctable issue, and is trying to go for every kilo he thinks he can get. 250 kilos was his previous personal best. He opened with that and got it without issue. So now he's trying to see if he can add another 10 kilos beyond his second attempt and 25 kilos to his current total. He completes the lift. Unfortunately, all 3 of the judges say that's a no lift. They all give him a red card on that lockout, with one judge also giving a blue card on how he got there. So he won't get it this time, but he already matched his personal best, so why not try to break it? And he locked it out, so still clearly a very strong feat of strength. He was also pulling for the silver medal that would have moved him from 3rd place to 2nd, so it had to be tried. You know, in these third deadlifts, you really put on the bar. Sometimes you put what you would like to hit, but sometimes you put what you have to do for placing. So he needed that to try to move into 2nd place, and clearly made a great effort. Elvin De Leon, with 290 kilos, he's not going to get that. Unfortunately, he gets 3 blue cards from the judges there. So they're going to say that there was too much supporting for the thighs. You can see those knees bobbling as he is trying to use his thighs to support the lift up. And so while he doesn't get that, it doesn't change his final placement. He still comes away with a bronze medal finish at the World Championships here, which is still a great day of lifting. Our second to last deadlifter, Juan Chen. He already has 1st place locked up, but a victory lap, he's trying to move 305 kilos. He moves it easily enough as long as the judges don't see any type of supporting for the thighs. Unfortunately, we actually see some issues for supporting for the thighs, and we see a yellow card, which I wonder may have been just him losing a bit of control from that on the way down. But it's okay. He has his 1st place finish locked up, so he would just try to see if he could add a few more kilos on just for his own sake. A great day of lifting from the Chinese athlete, Juan Chen. We have one more deadlift now. It looks like he's trying for 345 kilos. Even though he failed 340, he just decided, I guess I just got stuck on his thighs, and that if he can get that undone, if he can get over that issue, he has even a few more kilos. So why not? He already has 1st place locked up by a lot. Might as well set the biggest total he can. This would be 910 kilos. That would be a 2,000 pound 1 ton in the imperial system of measurement. He made a valiant effort at that total. Unfortunately, the judges are not going to give it to him. Yes, he had just got stuck on his thighs and they were unhappy with his lockout as well as with what it took to get there. But it was a good effort, a massive day of lifting from Adrian, a well-deserved first place finish from him on his part as we finish off the morning session of lifting here in Seoul. A lot of great lifts for everyone. We'll be back in just about an hour for the afternoon, the final session of lifting, and I look forward to see what our last batch of lifters has in store for us here in Seoul.
On the level. On the level.